make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
Welcome back, everyone. All bright and early. Remember, the clocks have changed, and hopefully for you guys at home, well, if you're watching this, you probably made it on time. So you know what? Congratulations to you. I'm very proud of you guys. And your reward was some amazing PUBG Mobile yet again with 5 more matches today. It is our last day of our Super Week. Just Cap, and I'm your host. Make sure you guys who are watching get involved on social media. Let us know in chat as well. Try to reach out to us. Give us your comments. Let us know what you thought. Maybe about XTEAM yesterday putting up a ridiculous 39-point match. Let us know about anything and everything you want to discuss. But I will not let my analysts do that because I know one of them will go completely off track. Speaking of analysts, we got Max and Clarks here joining me back on the desk once again. Gentlemen, Max, you look a little scared, but that doesn't mean I was referring to you in that. Though I did hear that your favorite ice cream is vanilla ice cream, which is a very basic thing. But you know what? You enjoy what you enjoy, so I'm not going to harsh on you too much. How you doing, Max?
I'm fine. I learned today I'm the most basic, normie person ever, which I'm very intrigued to know. But otherwise, I'm doing good. And as you said, as a normie person would, I am also extremely happy to see that that big 39-point game we saw yesterday from XTEAM. So yeah, I'm me. That's great.
You are you, and James is James. How you doing today, James?
Oh, I'm doing good. Oh yeah, it's time for more PUBG Mobile action. It's going to be a good time here. As you say, yesterday, actually, we had a blinder of a series of games coming in from these teams, and hopefully today lives up to that as well.
I mean, you're completely right. We had so many high elimination games where we had, what was like a 20 elimination game where like, yeah, not a big deal, 35 points, whatever. Yeah. You know, we've had so many crazy games. So let's actually get an idea then maybe of how the standings might have shifted from yesterday, well, from the first day to day 2. We've had some teams rise through the ranks. We've had some teams maybe solidify themselves in a better position. And towards the bottom of the table, we've had some teams, unfortunately, not really push their points just yet. But they have another day to do so here. We can see Game Lord locking things in at first place at the moment with $3,000, Max, man. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's
a lot of vanilla milkshakes with that.
You know, I would definitely do that if I was participating. But I tried, and unfortunately, I was going to use my prize pool in milkshakes, but I didn't make it past BMCO, so that's how it goes. But yeah, Game Lord, Eastern Star's been at the top, as we said already yesterday. This is not a big surprise. Seeing Big up there also. These are the few teams that we expected to be at the top, but XTEAM made a huge comeback right yesterday, Kalaris, with that big elimination game. Big gave himself 24 eliminations in that one single Miramar game. But I want to see, can they hold themselves now in that top 3 position at the end of today? Because you got Big behind him, you got Unicorns of Love, you got TJB, you got these very big hitters that I don't think are going to stay silent for the long term. So X-Team, they're going to have to fight to hold on that top 3.
As much as, of course, yeah, our 24 elimination game was huge with the win. All the ether was flowing in the right direction for them for that victory and for the eliminations that they were able to accrue during that. That's not to take away from the fact that they played it absolutely amazingly. Just, you know, the stars aligning in that method, in that way, it is a rarity. And again, something that will stick with us for a long time here in PUBG Mobile when you see those kinds of things. I think Jason said that there's very rarely these kinds of 24 elimination games coming in the PMPL.
Yeah, very rarely. But I don't want to be the one to actually take credit for it. Over on Instagram is PMPL updates, and they actually did the research. Well, I'm assuming they did the research here because I didn't go back and look at every PMPL, but it seems like only 3 teams in PMPL history have been able to get a 24 elimination match. We had X-Team here just yesterday in PMPL Spring 2022. We had Team SMG at PMPL Malaysia in Season 2. And then, of course, Bigatron. It wouldn't be a list without Bigatron in PMPL Indonesia Season 4. So it's a very rare occasion, a very rare thing to see. But to be honest, like the amount of high elimination games we had yesterday, that had to have been like the single biggest day across the board with consecutive high elimination rounds. Yeah. I mean, what you look at, X-Team gets their 24 eliminations, then right off the back of that, Unicorns of Love with their 20 elimination match, and then right after that, 14 eliminations coming in from Big. And you know, oftentimes you'd be like, yeah, 14 eliminations, cool, what it is, it's all right. But
it's average.
All of this back to back, created a thrilling ride that we were able to go on of day 2 of the Super Weekend.
And I will also say, because so many of those eliminations, I think at one point John mentioned on that 24 elimination game, there was about 40% of the lobby eliminated by one single team, which is huge. You got this big sponge effect that's happening once again towards the top. Like we already got with 10 games alone, a team was 144 points, one team was 136, one was 111, which means that the teams at the bottom are going to have way less points than potentially they expected going into this. And if they do not re-qualify for the next Super Weekend, their position could be heavily contested, especially for Penta. Only 26 points over the course of 10 games. If they do not make it in the next Super Weekend, they are the first team in line to be kicked out to potentially not make it in the league finals.
Yeah, and realistically, right, if you're at 26 points, let me just look at like week 1 of league play. Almost every team, 19 teams out of 20, broke that with 8 matches. Penta have had 10 now. So realistically, this could very well happen if they don't requalify for the next Super Weekends. That's a really good point to bring up, Max. But you know, Penta, at least they should just stay focused on, okay, let's just keep improving. Let's just keep putting up points. It doesn't matter if we qualify 16 or we qualify first when into the finals. As long as we're in top 16, we make it into the event, and that's where we can really shine. But to be fair, it's not only them that really needs to step up. I mean, Real Tigers 9 UK, I feel like they've had a massive fall off from league play into the Super Weekend. Day 1, I feel like they did all right. Day 2 was really quiet out of them.
Real Tigers 9 UK have got this issue where every single time I see them perform, it's an individual performance. It's one player doing really well, but I do not see a team step up. Like, they have a really strong position. They get breach, for example, they get 3 players instantly knocked out and only 1 player survives, and he gets like 600-700 damage, which is very impressive, but I do want to see more team-wide success from this team. If they can do so, hopefully they can make it to the first page.
Okay, well, one team that did really exceed expectations, I would say, yesterday is, well, Cloris, I'm gonna let you introduce the team name because you do it so well.
That's fine, thank you very much. Clearly they went to Specsavers, not affiliated with PMPL, and now they're part of Clear Vision, who were able to do very well yesterday. And I mean, look at the step up from day 1 to day 2. They were able to put those spectacles on and pump the damage out here to be able to grab themselves some decent eliminations. But alongside that as well, which is very important to note here, is that their placement points were racked up yesterday as well. You look at the 5 games they played: 2nd place, 4th place, 4th place, 5th place, 4th place. That's great consistency coming out from this team that we didn't see in day number 1, Max.
Yeah, and it's not just the top positions with very low amount of elimination. Sure, they did get 1 5th place with 0 eliminations. It happens to the best of us, right? But I do feel like this team has had a complete change of how they approach the game from day 1 entering into day 2. They are willing to go for breaches. They are willing to fight for positions. They are willing to clear spots for themselves to take control of a late game circle. And I love that type of playstyle. I wish more teams would make that change. I think a lot of the teams at the bottom, like Penta, SWAT69, RESQ, Shockwave, could learn from what Clear Vision have been able to showcase in these last 2 days of play, because Clear Vision is the proof that even though you're at the bottom, if you change just the right aspects of your gameplay, you could rank up so much higher than where you were in the start. So Clear Vision, great adaptability. Hopefully they can remain on that stride that they were able to show in day 2.
Yeah, obviously it's the kind of controls in their hands at the moment, and a little bit of RNG obviously with the zones, but we've also been seeing a lot of teams, and I'm not sure if Clear Vision's been necessarily playing this route. Maybe let me know, Max, what you think, but we've seen a lot of teams kind of transition to playing more edge so far here in this season. But then again, when the zone does favor you, we see teams able to actually play center really well on top of that. Have you seen a change in maybe positioning when it comes to that with Clear Vision?
I mean, with Clear Vision, I think that, as you mentioned, they play edge, which is a playstyle that seems very common right now. A few teams still play center, but the main issue with playing edge is that sometimes you just got to go for the decision making, which is we have to breach the circle. And I think a lot of teams sometimes are not willing to do that. I'm thinking of your RESQ, SWAT69, Penta as an example, that are just circling around and just lose so much time to try and actually go for position. Whereas now we saw that yesterday, Clear Vision just decided, okay, we're just going to breach it, get into position. If we win the fight, we get one of the best spots in the game. And I think that more teams could try and learn to. Sometimes we have no choice. We have to go aggressive to get control of positions like that.
Yeah, quick, decisive decisions. Just make the move, make the play happen. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work. But if it does work, well, you can see yourself getting 24 eliminations. But let's move on to another team that's also had a decent step up, and honestly, a much needed step up and an expected step up. Unicorns of Love were looking, and I'm going to say this a little bit bluntly here, they were looking god-awful in league play. And you might out there be like, well, Jason, why are you being so harsh on them? Because this is the team, like Exquisite Deco, this is Lackluster MVP, this is a team that is insanely strong, but for some reason this PMPL season, they had really yet to show up until yesterday, Kalaris.
Yeah, the step up was good. Obviously, slightly overshadowed by other occurrences that were going on throughout yesterday. However, I mean, the victory that they took north of Yasnaya when we were kind of breaking things down back in the back, Max, that had to be a victory for them. It had to be, given the position that they had, given the control that they had, and given the moves that they made in terms of locking out teams when they were coming forward. So once again, if we can see more of this from Unicorns of Love, if we can see them getting themselves into these pristine positions and then riding with that understanding that these are elite veteran players that have just had a bit of a rough road so far, then I think we'll see them rise even more.
I have the impression that when we look at Unicorns of Love's case, they're getting more confident as the tournament goes on, right? Because they do have the addition of a new player. There's like, things have changed in the background for this team. That is just a straight up fact. But if you go back to that chicken dinner with the 20 eliminations, the way they closed that one off, I would say, James, it was textbook. You just take control, you spread out, you go for the 2-2 split, and when you know you have the map advantage, you push teams away to make sure they cannot reposition in the circle. It was a game played great from A to Z, 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 whatever you want to say. So I'm happy to see Unicorns of Love actually get himself a result like this. I just hope that we're going to see this Unicorns of Love in particular just a little bit more throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually going back as we speak right now, just kind of taking a look at how they did previously in last season, because I'm curious, were they slow starters in prior seasons? Just take them a little bit of time to get things going. Looking back at like week 1 of last season, they were 4th place at the end of week 1. So they got 169 points. So I can't even really argue that about being slow starters or anything. They're generally the same roster as well. But again, it is a long event, right? They have time. They have the ability to keep improving. They have a lot of matches still to go before we can even say who's going to be winning the whole shebang here. The game board is looking pretty good. You can see Max sporting the blue colors as well. But again, another team that we're going to have to talk about here is if you missed out on yesterday, you missed out on one of the biggest matches in PUBG Mobile history, was XTEAM and their 24 elimination game. I still don't know how the hell they did it. I don't want to question it, because if I do, I feel like it's never going to exist again. But this team, I mean, you can see alone in that one match, over 4,000 damage done compared to the entirety of yesterday. So what? It's about a 3,000 damage the entire day outside of that one match,
Yeah.
James?
It makes up for a huge chunk of what they were able to do yesterday. But what they did in that game was magic. Like Max actually alluded to it while we were breaking things down just after the match yesterday, which is they were holding quite a 2-2 split across the south side of, I think, circles 5 or 6 or something like that, maybe a little bit earlier than that. But the control that they had there, and then there were happenings around them that very much played in their favor. Some of the positions that they'd taken with that 2-2 split, they had great control of a big chunk of the circle with that 2-2 split. There were fights going on the west of them, there were fights going on the east of them, and they decided to push through that east side and really take the fight to so many teams. Even the boogie play, Max, that they're pushing up on people, understanding exactly when they can make it happen. Yeah, it was very, very good.
I mean, you're talking about them winning the entirety of that southern fight as a 2-2 split. These are not like some of the small hitter teams that they were fighting against. Like, we're talking Unicorns of Love, we're talking Eastern Stars, 4 Romanian Men, Giants, and also I think it was Clear Vision in the southern edge. They were taking down some of the top teams in the lobby as a 2-2 split, and they won it every single time without suffering any casualties almost. I think they just lost 1 player during the entirety of that fight to then end up securing the chicken dinner and those 24 eliminations. So I think this is something that happens so rarely. Once again, this is a very big exception. You cannot expect to see this every single time, but in that game in particular, they made the impossible possible, and they showed that you can make some insane comebacks in that just one single game. And I think this game, we might look back to it in just a few days, that this is their ticket to the finals.
And just as a small aside from all of that, Jason, if you've not seen that game, go back and watch it, because I went back and watched it, and what they were doing in the south side, really impressive.
Well, it was, I mean, it's not very easy to make John and Blank have no words, but that's exactly what XTEAM did. So that's a feat in itself. Usually. But guys, if you're at home and you're watching here on the show, you guys might have noticed something happening around the world, the 4th annual PUBG Mobile event. And Max, I have a question for you. Would you love a brand new iPhone 13 limited edition version with PUBG Mobile?
I would take that. I would have number 1 out of 30. Give me it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I want to say it was completely off the cuff. Anyways, you guys at home can actually win one of those because the AR treasure hunt is happening with PUBG Mobile. You can head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com. So PUBGM, the number 4 THDimension.com to find and collect AR airdrops to collect some amazing prizes. 100,000 euros in prizes total. Not to mention the sweet iPhone 13s, which are limited edition. You'll see them at the end of this little video. When we come back, we get you ready here for match number 1. If only I could reach to the screen and grab one of those bad boys. I would be loving to have one of those. But gentlemen, it is time to, I guess, talk about the schedule here. I'm unsure necessarily because we're on my screen. Usually that means to me, I'm going to be talking about Monster, but maybe we'll talk about Monster in just a little bit of time and unleash the beast for you guys at home in just a few. We do have, of course, we're going to do it all at once. Gentlemen, let's talk about a Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Max, have you pictures up yet?
I got them in the next room. I
Really?
can go. Yes.
Okay. Maxman, can you please leave your seat, go grab them, and bring it back?
Wait.
Go on, Max. Bye.
We literally cannot proceed until you go get them.
I mean, can I do it next game? Can I?
Bless him. You've put him on the spot. Bless
Yeah, you
him.
put me on the spot right now.
Talk about the
I
schedule.
really wanted him to start getting up just so I'd be like, what are you doing, Max? This is a show. We're
That's the thing. I never know with you, Jason.
right.
You always get me.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule, though, for you guys at home. We do have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. It's the exact same schedule every single day of the Super Weekend. But I'm looking towards game number 2. I'm looking to see if XTEAM can repeat their performance from before. But you know what? We got to wait a little bit of time to do so, and maybe we'll have a chance to see another 20 elimination game here in match number 1. But it's time to head to our commentators to kick off your match 1 of our final day of our very first week of Super Weekend.
Thank you very much, Jason. Blank, felt like you were a little caught off guard. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I was like, it's me now. Oh my
Oh, hang
god.
on. Oh no, it's time.
I'm on
Okay.
TV. I'm
he's ready.
repping the classic blank t-shirt, shirt in this case. You know, this one comes out frequently. You all guys, if you've been catching PMPL for a while now, you know that this shirt needs to be changed at some point. It needs to get put back in the closet.
He actually wears it under every other outfit.
Yeah, you don't know this, but it's actually happening. We are heading into game right now. We have our first game of the day. It is Erangel, day 3. Obviously, we're coming to a close on our first Super Weekend here, John. So things have been fun. Things have been fantastic. The desk is looking handsome as ever. Do feel a little bit bad for Max there. Jason just has that man on a little leash, right? He doesn't know how to get out of it. I want him to break free. I want him to start singing Break Free and get out of there. Not maybe off the desk, because I do like him on the desk, but I have to defend him. I don't know why. I've got like this white knight thing going on with Max at the moment.
I'm on your side, dude. I'm on the Max side.
The Max's white knights.
We are Max's bulwark in the face of the terror that is Jason.
Oh, the enemy nation. We shall hold him on the walls. The playing path heading from Stalber down towards Novorepnoye, which means that we're most likely going to see Eastern Stars head over towards Milta Power. Yasnaya easily pick up there for Game Lord, and Unicorns Love equally in a really good position heading over towards the Povka very, very early in the game. And this speaks volumes for Unicorns Love, because if it can get looted up nice and early like this, perhaps we see one of those similar rotations again where they looked very comfortable yesterday towards the end of the day. I hope they've transferred that momentum over to the final day of Super Weekend.
Hopefully so. We're looking to see that one start to engage. The teams out on the west going to have a little bit of a longer time of it. The circle, I think, is really going to be the deciding factor on the crunch, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit kinder to the teams on the west. They will have that chance to get out, get to places like South George, like Zaki, and like Primorsk as well. I know we had our talk about Zaki yesterday, and I'm sure Shockwave are going to delight us again with more Northwestern peak play.
Well, it does look that way, right? With Seiko actually heading up there in the parachute, and this is not a Zaki circle. It's not a Zaki circle, but I don't want to talk about Zaki too much today. I think we really rambled on about Zaki yesterday. I think if you were watching yesterday, you can go check that one out and see exactly what went down with the Zaki sitch. But Rescue already taking one knock there is a little bit unfortunate, but that's usually what happens on these types of drops. You know, you get this very eastern plane path and you get a western circle. You try and get as far across as possible, but you are going to be dropping with other players. Like there's not that... I don't have that benefit where you have like a horizontal plane path. Everyone can drop out in different areas and you're much less likely to encounter other teams. But when you're trying to go for that central island, a lot of people are jumping out that plane mid-path way through, right? So everyone's going to be in the same position, which is why you can see Real Tiger 9 already taking down a player from Octavian. Hyper also down now. So we're down to 62 players already. And look at that. You can see 4 players in the same place. Thank you, observers. Just confirming my point here.
I mean, yeah, everybody's grabbing for those vehicles. They're all scrabbling around. Interestingly enough, though, the Eastern Stars death there, the elimination went over to Real Tiger 9, was around the shelter fields. It was on the southeastern side, so it wasn't even in this grand melee. It was still a vehicle hot drop, I believe. But even so, the Eastern Stars were very, very disparate on that drop, and Octavian suffered the consequences.
Yeah, I really don't feel like they should have had too many issues there. Personally, right, you know, grabbing the vehicles to go down to Milta is fairly important, but I do think they could have just taken the parachutes all the way across and then worked with just 2 vehicles, knowing that there would to be a mass grab around that shelter Milta location. Just get into Milta Power, you know, stay safe, stay out of enemy lines. This is going to hamper them later on, because I think the major success they've been having recently is that 4-man push into the center of the circle and then holding it out there whilst a lot of teams are still playing edge at the moment. So Eastern Stars, you know, what we usually see with these types of tournaments, when teams start to get more success towards the center, you do start to see a transference of teams deciding, you know, let's also go to the center here. So I do think, you know, your success starts to dwindle a little bit if you're one of the early gamers who are like, you know, let's take center. This is going to work for us. And then everyone else is like, center also good. We go there too.
It is interesting, isn't it, how things change over time? And I'd be interested, I don't know, look, the amount of statistical analysis you could do, I'm sure, is vast and overarching. Maybe even, you know, get some machine learning in there. Tell us what those best spots are. But in general, it's not where you're playing. It's the confidence with which you play it that I think distinguishes teams at the top, and it always has been, and I think it always will be. And there will never be a situation where if you're playing edge, you cannot win. If you're playing center, you cannot win. Or you cannot get the most points in the lobby. But I'll be interested to see where those points in general are being distributed over the course of this coming tournament.
Yeah, it will be definitely interesting to see how that does unfold as we head through this tournament. But I think, yeah, you're right. You can win if you play edge, you can win if you play center, but I do think there's times where center becomes much more favorable, much more desirable with the amount of teams that are circling on the edges of the map, and then it's a weird hokey-cokey type of deal where everyone puts 1 foot in and then everyone takes 1 foot out a bit again. So we will see these changes come through slowly but surely. I think right now, though, there's still a lot to be seen. We're only in Super Weekend 1, so more things can happen as this tournament, you know, starts to pick up pace and move through, because we will start to see those leaders differentiate themselves from the pack. Right now, that's happening very, very early on with teams like Game Lord, Super Young Roster, Big, for example. I think Eastern Stars have done. Let's just take a quick time, and I don't want to seem like I'm Eastern Stars biased, because I really wasn't at the start of this tournament. I did think that something was terribly wrong with this team, but their change from league play, barely making it in by 1 point, basically cowering behind smokes on Miramar, to this kind of Eastern Stars now, it's a really, really big change, and you know, hats off to them.
Second place already as well, behind Game Lord sat right at the top. You're right. It's pretty poggers, Blank. That's what it is. It's pretty poggers. I love to see it. SWAT69, they've made their way across the bridge unchallenged. XTEAM still clumped up in Milta, getting some loot on board. SWAT69 going to swing around the coast side and actually into the backs of FTY, by the looks of it, on their path on that southern coast. The circle does still have a little bit of that military island in, but Penta don't want to occupy it. They want to get across that western bridge as well, and everybody's leaving from that south island.
I'm glad that you touched on Penta here, John, because this is a team that I need to speak about a little bit more here, because this game in particular, with the circle on the southwest side, this is a real test for Penta, because, or it's a test for me in my eyes. This is probably one of the most favorable circles they could have got coming into this. They don't have to make that mad dash. They're almost central just coming off that bridge anyway, so we don't need that Penta push on phase 3 where things go very, very wrong for them, where they're practically just headbutting straight into a brick wall and getting completely wiped out by another team because of just lack of scouting, lack of communication, lack of understanding of where they want to rotate in towards the circle. Do they want to play edge? Do they want to play center? I don't think they quite know at this point in time, and I think that they're making these slapdash decisions phase 3 and phase 4 because maybe they're realizing, oh, we're behind the curve. Like, we need to do something. We need to make logaways. But here, this is a very, very good circle for them. So if Penta go out, let's say, pre-8th place, I will be extremely disappointed because I do think that they have some very good players on this team who are just not performing to how I would originally see them to. So very, very confusing for me, but hopefully Penta can improve as the tournament goes on. Again, though, let's keep an eye on them this match.
You've got to pick it up just a little bit, hopefully. I mean, they're playing from the position that we've seen some really very successful teams play from. I mean, the team that comes to mind is the Infinity that played down on that military base and made the similar rotation. They started getting guarded when they found success from that position on that bridge, but at the moment, no one really moving in to fill that void around the ferry pier crossing because Penta, for now, hasn't been a threat. You can see sat clear at the bottom of the tables. The circle does shift down towards there, though. So Penta, with some prime real estate on that southern row of trees, that ridgeline there, very, very effective if you can hold it.
Yeah, this is a good position to be in. They're also getting some time to loot up around Ferry Pier, over on the gas station as well as the lighthouse. So this works out pretty well for them, to be honest with you. And you're right, Infinity did have a ton of success from this position, and it does provide a really good springboard for a lot of teams to play from. When you head towards Sosnovka, you come across that bridge, you can get a lot of scouting done from the high ground that it provides when you get across. However, the Infinity did that whilst I was getting gatekept by 1 to 2 teams sometimes. So, you know, Penta's not even, like you said, Penta's not even been challenged by something like that yet, and still they're lacking in those big point games. I'm hesitant to stop talking about them because I do think that this game is extremely important for them to get back on track, considering it is so favorable towards them. But we'll see what happens. Yasnaya Poliana, on the other hand, has been fully vacated by Game Lord, and they're heading over the top side of the map, north of the river, just underneath Severny at the moment. Curious to see what their rotational plans are. You know, a really nifty rotation might even to be go over towards Georgiapol, head over the bridge, and then sweep around Everest. So you're basically clearing out all angles. The one worrisome thing about that to me is that, you know, Shockwave have also made this rotation, Big's making this rotation, RESQ also. So there will be maybe more teams on that side than they might have liked, but we'll see where they do end up going, and we'll link back with that for you guys.
Unicorns of Love close to a couple of teams moving into the circle. This is very central of this circle blank. At the moment, Giants, Unicorns of Love, 4 Romanian Men, all very close to one another in this fray. You can see on the kill feed there, it's going to be Shockwave and Big coming into conflict over on that western edge that you were talking about on that long rotation. Game Lord are quite a way away. But at the moment, yeah, there you go. It's going to be an easy flush there on one of the Shockwave players. For Big, he takes some damage and has to duck back as the fiery line has been established for Shockwave, but they're not really going to be able to do too much. I eat my words, though. Mihi takes a tumble.
Yeah, we'll be heading down. The rest of the Shockwave players are coming in thick and fast, but the team from Big, they're setting up on the hillside here. Shots come through. Swave has to duck behind the vehicle. Immediately gets exploded, but it's a great little knock there coming through.
Trading back and forth, and Mazzaro now in a 1 versus 2 will fall down, and Big wiped out by Shockwave on the guard on the western edge. Game Lord might be able to careen into this if they are fast enough. But at the moment, Seiko looking to pop this res. I imagine they're going to go for a heal and then bring it back up. RESQ will have heard those shots, and the guard out on the western side will be a little bit more wary.
Yeah, they're moving in already, and Game Lord do indeed make that rotation that I was talking about all the way down through George Bridge into Hospital. Luckily for them, Big being wiped out here is a huge boon to them because now they have less teams to worry about. It's going to be weird for them, though, because they are staggered in terms of their rotation, so I'd like to see how they do make it through this because they're practically threading the needle here between RESQ as well as Shockwave, which I'm loving to see. Circle pops up, and it's great news for Game Lord, Shockwave, and RESQ, all very close to this circle. Now, Penta has to make that decision because they haven't really moved from Ferry Pier. Now they're going to figure out how they're going to make their way into this circle because they don't really have a lot of providence here. And I think they need to make a quick move, but not a careless move.
Gatka, always tricky to navigate. Game Lord's positioning and rotations are really interesting to me at the moment. I've just sort of been watching them unfold over the last sort of 20 seconds there. They started with a 2-2 split. It felt like maybe they were going to try and push onto RESQ's position, but perhaps they got some intel or some scouting done that there were players out to the west a little bit further in Shockwave. Then they moved into a 3-1 split to have that forwards pushing area, and I think they're looking towards Shockwave to try and chase their tails, but I don't know. It seems to be very effective info gathering. Eastern Stars, though, under pressure. And SWAT 69 on the eastern edge on the long side of this next zone shift as well. And the Eastern Stars are suffering. Phoenix behind the vehicle, not going to take too much flack there, and it's just one player standing for Eastern Stars. You sung their praises, Blank, but right now they need a little bit more than that. They need one hell of a play from Kapahala, the captain, the warlord. But I just don't see it happening against 3 from SWAT 69. Nemo sends in, so does Schofield, and one goes down, the second not going to be there for him. Can get rezzed here, and SWAT 69 take down the Eastern Stars.
Yeah, I think this is very, very awkward for Eastern Stars, considering they were the ones to set up this gatekeep on the Eastern Edge, losing it out to SWAT 69 because of, in my opinion, extreme split from the three players, which gets swiftly picked off. And I think this has been happening a few times. I have always respected Athos's play in terms of playing those off angles, but when you're at three players, it's very difficult to split like that as three, but you need to be able to stay alive. And that's what Athos was very good at doing, which was being that nuisance, poking up, hitting some damage, and then getting away scot-free. Here he just immediately takes the knock. Kapahala's left, Doran's left out in the open without any angles to play off of his team. It all goes wrong there, and I think that, you know, it didn't really meld the way I liked them to. So Eastern Stars maybe losing that member really early on for their first game of the day, a bit damaging to the mental. But again, that's something they set up and they fluff it in the end. So a bit unfortunate. Shockwave do make their way into this compound, and Game Lord, like you said, circling them like sharks at the moment, and they're just almost corralling them into this location. And now they're looking to finish off the players from Shockwave.
It's almost like it's cyberbullying or something. I mean, they have followed them all the way from their position near RESQ, and they've surrounded them. They've moved that player down to the south side just to get that off angle. Akashi there, and they're moving in. Are they going to go for this full assault is my question. With the circle just about to pop, it moving all the way out east, do they want to engage here? Seems like they might do as they nail a couple of shots through the window.
Again, this is classic Game Lord, which is they're fast strike attacks, then quick disengage. Yeah, so it's really, really cool to see, because all they've done here is made life very, very difficult for the guys from Shockwave, and they know that they're a real contender in this circle at the moment because they're so close to them. Now they're going to move further in, seeing that the circle has shifted. So it feels like there's always this sense that Game Lord is thinking one step ahead, because let's rewind a little bit. Game Lord was in the circle far, far earlier than Shockwave. So why don't they take that compound? Well, it's because they're not looking to hunker down anywhere. They know that the circle's most likely going to change, and phase 4 and 5 is realistically where they start to take stands around the map, and where they start to hit their setups. And I think that's so cool.
Look at this, Shockwave push down south. This is another thing that move has done, is it's pushed Shockwave further south than maybe they would have liked. There's a chance that they could have moved in through some slightly more northern paths, but instead of that, Game Lord has forced them south, and with that, they have effectively swept a massive area of the circle without even having to eliminate it, right? So now they move back to the north, and they have a massive area just to play with.
And they know that rescues around this area, they've seen them. So they have a good indicator that another team's in this area. They're scouting it out currently. They've sent one player to a compound all the way on that northwest side. And now they have somewhere efficient to play with. This is very, very impressive overall. Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, like I said, with that circle, with that plane path, has allowed them to get into the center of the circle. And you really do have to be pleased with the performance so far from Unicorns of Love, because this is such a shift from them overall. Yesterday, I mean, Super Weekend Day 1 to Super Weekend Day 2, a massive change, and it's just like slowly improving each and every day. And that's all you have to do as a team with a new player in it, is just improve every day. If you stay stagnant, something's wrong. But I do love this from Unicorns of Love so far.
And that's what, I mean, Imperium was saying it the other day, right? That this is a team that are probably looking at Super Weekend 2 to really hit their big strides and reach their full potential. We'll see if that happens. But Super Young roster just get rolled on by Penta. 2 go down to the bumper play, and Penta gonna rattle a couple more with the bullets as well. The lead too thick, too fast for Super Young roster to handle, but Penta bit off more than they can chew, because there's another team in the fight. The Giants are here to play, and Super Young roster's position against them just got dethroned, and with that, the Giants strike out, basically eliminating almost 2 teams in one fell swoop with Penta's push.
I mean, there's nothing more I can say there, because that is Penta to a T, which is they see an opportunity and they don't think it through enough. They just roll up on that team. They don't realize there's another team involved. They basically put themselves clear sights of Giants. In the meantime, Spicy's been playing outside of the circle, outside the zone, watching for stragglers, and has actually picked up the final player from Shockwave. So they've effectively cleared them off the map. So they now know that a lot of the western side of the map is free to them, considering it had such an eastern playing path. This is fantastic stuff. Another circle heads towards the center. Unicorns of Love, XTEAM, Clear Vision, all very happy. Clear Vision starting to pick up pace in this tournament, and hopefully this game might give them another shout with some big points.
TJB have been doing a lot this game so far in terms of eliminations, and it looks like they're going to try and take on 4 Romanian men now. One player standing just behind the tree. Going to drop out that smoke. Giants maybe have a sightline here, but GK First should know this position behind the tree. Cooks the nade, pops it in, doesn't quite find the range on it. Unfortunate there, didn't manage to get it back, and they're just going to fall off, get some reses on board as well, keep themselves nice and tip-top shape, but dude is low. I think GK First really wants this. They must know that he's still behind this tree.
Well, he's checking the building right now, so he's very, very unsure, but in that situation, Ju's going to go up to the 2 players on the ridge side, finds one of them, in fact. No. So low HP, so it just takes 1 shot from Lin, which will send him packing and down. 4 Romanian men. It's a sad howl to finish off that fight. But now TJB currently with 4 players on this south edge. They're looking fairly good right now.
Super young roster eliminated in the meantime as well. They were in a sticky spot in that fight with the Giants. Unfortunately, he didn't have any slings to operate with there, but, you know, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, you don't need the modern-day gun of the ancients. You just need the modern-day gun sometimes, and that is good enough. Rocking straight up onto XTEAM's position. Nades go in. This is such an awkward position to play, especially when there's 2 teams and it's just nades either way. Smokes absolutely everywhere. But a great nade from Ulysses, though, will start off the fight strong. Perhaps Giants want to push this after that.
Nade into the back, but it's a shutdown there coming through from XTEAM to punish Ulysses for a forwards position. Moving too far in, and now the push comes around the side. Is it going to be caught with a nade? No, just managed to slip away behind the stanchions there of the Storm Drain, but a double knock comes through as Nano Baby pops it, threads the needle, and now it's just Bimmy for XTEAM, and it's easy pickings. Nano Baby finding so much value there for the Giants as they wipe XTEAM from the bottom of the Storm Drains.
Yeah, that's a really fast fight coming through from Giants. They don't lose a single player doing it either, and now they have full control of chopsticks. Fantastic position to work around, and it looks like no one else is going to try and contest for this for some time at least. So Giants are very, very safe in this circle. I love how quickly they made that fight happen, because so many times we do see a massive stagnant fight between those chopsticks, and it really causes both the teams hurt because they have to use so many resources, so many grenades, so many first aid kits. So this was really good news for Giants, because now they can quickly loot up, and with the little ditch they have as well, they're free to loot up without any worry of any other team shooting at them. With this circle shift as well, bloody brilliant stuff from Giants.
Absolutely. Game Lord on the long side, but if there's a team that can make this cross, it is them. The French powerhouse, the shepherds of this lobby so far, crawling out in the open fields. Narvalo, secret agent Cody Banks there in the wheat.
Just trying to move the wheat out of his face. It's a little bit obscure, but here comes the crash, and it's instantaneous. Clear Vision need to know what's happening here. Alking has a nade in hand, but is it enough? Quickly, Spicy runs out the way.
Finds another nade out the window, but not really finding too much value. Already one down and out, but a nice refrag there coming through from Alking. Finds the flush as well. No, has to go back in, but he's punished for it. They find a trade, sure, and Akashi's gone down, but it's just Narvalo now in a 1 versus 1. Clear Vision's holding against Game Lord, against a dominant force, but it goes down in the end. And I'm not even sure what was the final blow there, but I think it might have been Game Lord coming through. Unicorns of Love also trying to hold their position here against TJB, and they will do so successfully. 4 players alive for Giants, the only full squad in the game.
Unicorns love they're tested by a strong team in TJB as well, and they hold on strong, only losing Alicio in the process, but 3 players is good enough. But Giants, like you say, they are standing tall in this circle over 10 feet high. FTY, they finally moved in towards these chopsticks, but Ulysses ready for it. There's the smokes I was talking about. That's going to give FTY a little bit of time to work with, but Ulysses just maintaining vision, sees the nade in hand, going to drop a Molotov to prevent the push. This is so smart from the guys from Giants at the moment.
They're playing FTY against Unicorns of Love here as well, because Unicorns have these sight lines. If FTY want to push not through this corner, they have to go up and over. And with that comes the risk that Unicorns spot you. You cannot make this push if that hole is suppressed.
Focus has just been real cheeky, peeking up over there. They know where Ulysses is, and like you say, Unicorns of Love can just peek up and take shots at these guys. Realistic, all Giants have to do is maintain this smoke on the bend, which is extremely well done. Unfortunately, Focus will go down. Nanababy has to go back to pick him up. With Giants, though, losing another player, down to just 2 remaining. They're going to have to hold on for a little bit longer, but Game Lord, once again, playing for the win. Trazen takes a heavy hit, goes to a sliver of HP, but will hit the deck just in time.
Game Lord really only fighting off against the Unicorns of Love in this scenario, but the push from FTY comes through. 2 players swing out of the smoke, and it's too much for Ulysses to handle. It's too much for Focus as well. Nanobaby found some miracle nades earlier, and he needs to find another here. He probably isn't going to save Ulysses, but he might be able to do some damage, pick up some points, pick up some eliminations, fades away to the other chopstick, sails up the siding, but at what cost? The players from Giants dethroned the push around the corner. As Nanobaby could pop a nade, looks for the spray instead, but falls to the UMP.
FTY, though, set that up very nicely, and I think Giants just kind of didn't take a leaf out of their own book, which is to make that fight go fast. I liked the way they kept the smoke on the bend, but there was just too much happening in that instance. Circle, though, shifts away from FTY, so that fight, although very good, doesn't secure them a position in the circle, and Game Lord, once again, just creeping on those outer edges. Unicorns of Love got a fairly big split at the moment down towards that southwest side and also northeast in Daddy, who'll be holding out the players from FTY. They know that there's players over that direction. They will surely have heard the shots. Now Daddy, it's really all on him to keep the guys from FTY at bay, but he's just leaving.
FTY have a lot to do here, but the smoke cover is going to allow them to move up to these buildings. They might try and find this challenge, and if they take it now, it's only going to be against Daddy in this location. Game Lord probably going to be able to stop any backup coming through.
It's very, very awkward now, and I think that the onus is definitely on Game Lord to find a pick when it does present itself. Even a single knock onto either of these teams will make their lives infinitely easier. We'll see what happens, though. I do like what Daddy's doing. I thought he was leaving to regroup with the rest of his team, but he's just taking a better position by the loot crate, which big fan of, will respect that play. And, you know, he'll have had some good idea of where these players are. I don't know if he's taken any shots yet. He is throwing nades, so FTY have a clear idea of where he is now. So position given away. This is not good for Daddy.
Oh, there's the damage as well. There's the tick, the jump around the side, and it's down and out. Daddy not going to be res there. Unicorns of Love lose a player in a pivotal position. What are Game Lord going to do about it?
Yeah, that honestly, that was sad, to be honest. I think Daddy didn't have to throw the nade when he did. He could have waited to get a single pick off and then perhaps reunited with the rest of his team afterwards. I don't think throwing the nades or revealing the position then was the greatest of ideas. Now Reznov, look at him. He's not in a good position whatsoever. Luckily, no one's looking at him because Game Lord's far too preoccupied with FTY at the moment. It will be just Icy, who I think is in probably the best position to make something happen during this game. Quickly, a nade goes off, though. Will take down Nox.
Game Lord, in the meantime, they haven't had the loudest of games here, Blank. Certainly not from what we've seen from them, but they have been so controlling. Every single turn is covered off now, and Game Lord, I think, have one of the best positions here. FTY's position does get zoned on a little bit, but they are corralled. They are cornered.
Yeah, I think the big issue right now for FTY is that that low wall provided them so much cover getting in, but now it causes a big problem because they have to leave from within the confines of this compound, and pretty much Game Lord's going to be able to push them into a singular funnel point and then take shots that way. Unicorns of Love continue to throw grenades, but it's off target there. Now Icy Boss may have revealed his position. Narvalo, a little bit better fragger here, might be able to make something happen, but takes a big chunk.
Oh, excellent backup from FTY. They take the fight in one direction. Narvalo falls up the road, and Unicorns have the attention turned their way. Out in the field, Spicy has spotted this crossing as well, and now FTY and Unicorns taking this fight full. Game Lord down to 2 out in the open field, and the Unicorns fall. All 3 from FTY survive the fray, and Nox falls down yet again. Trazen with a cheeky little shot, bringing the numbers even, and now it's open field warfare as Trazen crosses. He needs to land the shots, and he can't quite find them, but neither can Shinyo behind the wall, and the push comes through as Spicy makes the way up, gets the knock. What a pair of fire team, finds another as well, and Spicy dominates the battlefield in the open ground. This warfare is raging on as Trazen heals out in the field. Spicy pops one off as well, and it's one player for FTY looking for the res.
Oh my goodness me, Spicy's the kind of guy that I would want to have at my back. Trazen jumps up into the field, tries to make a manly play, but Spicy's right there with him.
They cancel
just
the res.
one player remaining for FTY.
Trazen, and they pop the nade, it cancels the res. It's 1 versus 2 again. Kaylee Boy around the side looks for the spray, but no, and Game Lord somehow cross open ground with no cover and dominate everybody in their way. This team is a bulldozer.
I do not know how they made that work, but I love the communication coming through from those two guys, because Trazen steps up, realizes his position's revealed, and he just has to make something happen. Hits practically all of his shots, and Spicy's like, I'm right there with you, brother. I am not leaving you to die here in this wheat field. That would be the worst thing. You are not a piece of bread. You are my teammate. So really, really well done to both those players, honestly, because that does not happen without an incredible amount of skill. And you called it, John. That nade to prevent the res from going off basically clinched the game out for both those players, because they knew that time was of the essence. They had to get on there, otherwise they'd just be right back to square one. Unbelievable stuff. And you love to see it. You love to see it.
I mean, that is Game Lord through and through. We spoke about their rotations for a lot of that game. It was impeccable. I think it was, in terms of eliminations, not really stand out, but you look at how they played that game, and that was incredible. I want to give credit as well to that final engagement that they took. Sure, the nade to stop that res was absolutely crutch, but I mean, you look at how they moved, how they played off one another in those final moments. One player was taking the shots towards the enemy whilst the other moved. They absolutely had it on lock, that movement across the open. And if they keep playing like that, this is a world-class team.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Trazen and Spicy, not the two guys that I would typically go for in terms of like, these are your heavy hitters, but the synergy these two players have between one another seems extremely good. And Spicy, yes, really had a massive turn up here in this tournament in terms of capability. Before, this guy just was... he was the 4th player on the team of Game Lord, right? But I do think he's put in some work, he's put in some practice. I'd love to hear from him and know what exactly he's been doing between the seasons, because it really does feel like he's making big standout name for himself as, like, now he's no longer the 4th player, he is just Spicy of Game Lord. So really, really well done to him in particular. And Trazen, again, you know, new addition to the team, but making it work fantastically. Let's take a quick look at the round report and see exactly what went down during that game, because I'm excited to see the kind of numbers people are putting up. And it is Icy once again. We see this guy on the round report every single time, and I don't think anyone at home is going to forget this guy's face.
No, absolutely not. And the Unicorns of Love as well managed to hold their central position in that final circle as well, fairly effectively. Difficult final rotations and potentially a couple of misplays in the micro towards the end, as you say, popping that nade for Daddy didn't really give them that outpost that they were looking for to get across in that final circle. It was very, very difficult to cross that open ground with Game Lord there. But I think getting to that 3rd place, that's as good as you can kind of hope for in those scenarios. Yeah,
they were in a really awkward position. I do think as soon as Daddy could regroup with the team, just kind of had to do something similar to what Narvalo was trying to pull off, which is the case of funneling FTY into an awkward spot and not letting them leave, as opposed to tossing the grenade and hoping for the best, because FTY were moving around so swiftly within that compound. Like, everyone knew where they were, so they didn't really have to care about snaking it at all. I don't really think that a nade hits. I think it's like a 20% chance there, and I don't think you really had to play off the 20%. You just had to lock them in place. Instead, you know, Daddy reveals his position, he gets naded early on, rather than cutting yourself into like close quarters combat. So a little bit unfortunate there for Daddy.
Game Lord, give us a masterclass on Erangel. An absolutely breathtaking performance from the French squad. Let's head back over to the desk.
I swear Game Lord are just trying to put on a speedrunning world record here. 4 chicken dinners so far in our first 3 days of play. They hit 6 last season in the entirety. Right now, Max, they're looking so damn good. And that $45,000 we have 4 chicken dinners across the 3 super weekends, I think they're going to almost get half of it at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, you said last season, right? You wanted to see 10 chicken dinners from one team in Super Weekend. You meant it for this season, right, Jason? That's what you were alluding to, yeah? Yeah, and yeah, there you go. I mean, it's Game Lord doing Game Lord things right now. They play this game so well. They literally avoid in the northern side every altercation they could avoid. They get the best position every single time, and the circle really come in their way. They know they have basically just so much space to work with, and they just take control, and thanks to Spicy are able to close off the chicken dinner. It's what we expect from them, and they just showed once again that they're one of, if not the best team in the region currently.
Yeah, it's not like they had a compound that they just sat it and held for a long time. Like, they had to work for the finish at the very end. They're up against FTY, and they closed things out with those 23 points. But to be fair, nice to see FTY bouncing back, getting a decent game. Same for Unicorns 11, to be honest, even for Giants.
Yeah, I mean, teams like FTY, of course, they're still in kind of the rut of not having themselves a chicken dinner just yet across the board, but they're not doing bad in terms of points overall. They've been on the podium a few times. This is it once again. And some of the moves that they were making on the east side of this circle to, you know, clean out threats like Daddy and eliminating him quite swiftly based on kind of a squad maneuver was strong, given that they had to make squad maneuvers to lock down this position. And I think even towards the end, I think there were slight slip-ups that could have given them the victory up against Gamelord, but Gamelord is showing that they really are the complete package. I wasn't really giving much stock to Spicy compared to the other guys, but here you go. He just is able to do spicy things.
We're taking a look down onto the second page, though. Penta, gotta give them some props, right? I mean, yeah, it's 3 points, but I think they got like 7 points in total on the day yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I think I remember Clara's talking about that. Like, at least able to almost get half the points they're able to get. And again, for them, it's just about buffering as many points they possibly can in case they don't requalify. But down the list further, I mean, Eastern Stars, they've had a relatively good super weekend. The first day was phenomenal out of them, but it seems to be like a downward trend even for Big as well in these last 2 days.
Yeah, it seemed like, and that's a point you brought up actually, James, right? Which is we are seeing Big apparently really trying to go for the chase down onto Shockwave, which I can understand why Big would want to do that. They're a very aggressive team. Shockwave not seen as a very aggressive team, but I mean, Shockwave, they can bite back sometimes, and in this particular scenario, Big were just not able to deal with the wrath of Shockwave.
No, indeed, we've seen them have a little bit of a fight east of Zaki when they were able to take people out based on the circle. Likewise, we see the wide rotate on that west side here, and then they're bumping into one another again. Big. It feels like both of these teams have these paths of rotation which do conflict with one another, which is not too much of a surprise when both teams are up in the north. However, yeah, if I'm Shockwave, yeah, you win out this fight, but I'm still very cautious about looking out for Big on these rotations because they will win the fights the majority of the time, I would say.
Yeah, what was that on a Sanhok yesterday out of Big? We saw how well like Mihi and Sway were able to play together and work off of each other, and we know they're a very deadly team. We know from talking to me, he said a lot of people were talking big about wanting to fight them early on, and then when it came time for PMPL, they backed away. They gave them the room to breathe. So it's a little bit of a scary thing going up against them. Shockwave went out this time, but we'll see what happens in the next. But Max, actually, Max and James, you guys were mentioning this during the actual broadcast, talking about how Gamelord, with the addition of Trazen, has been really able to level up quite far. And I actually wanted to take a look, because of that, about the average stats across the board for all the players so far in this event, because that will kind of show that they're kind of all living up to the hype. They're all playing relatively equal. And I mean, yeah, you see Trazen and Spicy 200, 232 average damage, but to be honest, like that's really not that far of a fall off between their big fraggers of Navarro and Victor.
I mean, the average elimination, literally everyone is on 1 or above 1. That is insane. Not a lot of teams would have every single player, plus also their subs, because this is a team that has 6 players and every single one of them have a KD above 1, which is mental to really think about. And even the players that have a little bit on the lower side still have some really good stats, and they all make it to just about the 20 minute mark every single time. It's just, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves right here, Kalaris. I can't really say, because just every single player of Gamelord performs every single game almost, and it's just, it's the Gamelord hype train. We can't be stopped.
Yeah, it's the complete package. I mean, they were almost the complete package before. I mean, they were, because they won the championship, and then they had to add Trazen, and then that's scary. The fact that Navarro, by the way, is higher average damage than Victor, considering how many times we've seen Victor pop up at the end of these game summaries as well, it is a bit crazy, to say the least. So right now, it's definitive. Gamelord has a target on their back. They are the one to beat here at the moment here in West Europe.
And if they continue at this pace, they could be looking at, with 4, 8, they can have like 12 chickens at the end of the event if they continue, but they still have 4 more matches to come up today. But Max, to be fair, yesterday, or I think on day 1, you did talk about FTY a bit. You did talk about how they had 2 standout players, but as we've seen PUBG Mobile grow and adapt, you kind of need to dig deeper than just having 2 good players on your team, as we're seeing here with Gamelord. So let's take a look at the player stats here from them in this last match. And you can kind of see and talk about, obviously, how there's a couple of other players able to step up to what they need.
Yeah, when you look on the first 2 days of play for the entirety of the stats of FTY, on an individual level, that is, Nox and Caliboy were the 2 big standout players when it came to the team, but we finally saw some really good moments in this game here. Actually, I think it was that fight versus Giants, if I'm not mistaken, in Chopsticks. There was a really good showcase of what Shinyo could actually bring to the table. I just hope that would remain a little bit more consistent, so Shinyo play like this a little bit more, and I'll be sold on what FTY can do. And then you have Addis, which, well, 0 is definitely not high, so hopefully we can see a little bit more of Addis in particular. If Addis does improve with Shinyo, Nox, and Caliboy, I think we could see them be a contender towards those top positions potentially.
I got to agree about that particular fight. It was an impressive dislodging of Giants after they'd already previously dislodged XTEAM here. And it wasn't huge amounts of utility that did it either. It was just, you know, popping up, taking those shots, being able to clean it out.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to challenge you. Now, normally I ask for predictions about a match or ask for predictions about a day or something like that. I want to get you guys to predict 2 out of the 3 top fraggers we've had this event so far.
2 out of the 3. Mihi, Victor?
Mihi, Victor, okay. Max?
And me here, yeah, 100%. Victor, I was going to put Narvalo potentially instead of Victor, but
We don't have a lot of time, Max, so...
I don't know,
Come on,
yeah,
Max,
yeah.
get on with
Those two, I don't know, those two, yes, I don't know.
Okay, so Max is just stealing James's predictions. Let's see actually who our top 3 fraggers are so far in this event. And it will be Icy, actually, number 1. You guys didn't get a single one right.
It was an obvious one, actually. You know what? Fair enough. Icy should have been an obvious one I didn't think of, yeah.
Wait a minute. Yesterday, literally backstage, Max, I said, oh yeah, Mihi's done really well, but guess who's done better? Beast. I said that, didn't I, yesterday? And I can't believe I just didn't follow through with it. Oh my days. I've even said it yesterday whilst we were off. Never mind. What? I'm useless.
I'm surprised though to see
fair
Ali up
you
there.
guys.
Yeah, Ali's
Yeah,
a big
I
name.
never would have guessed a single player on this list, actually.
Which is great. It's subverting expectations. We don't have like just 3 players of Game Lord, so it's good to see the new players, and especially Icy, which was a surprise player at the start that has actually stepped up here.
And a very interesting thing, sorry Jason, just to take over for a sec, but I see the fact that he is number 1, considering that Unicorns of Love has not had the easiest of times so far, that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
It
And
really
Alicia's
does.
there. No.
Yeah, exactly right. We're talking about the powerhouses that teams can have, and having Ice in the roster seems to be working out for Unicorns of Love. But you guys, we have to talk about the map coming up next. It's going to be Miramar here as our second match of the day, followed by Erangel, followed by Sanhok, followed by Erangel, with Vikendi to come up as a secret map number 6. No, I'm just kidding. That's not going to be happening. We're not going to be seeing a map 6 today. Maybe in the finals we'll see a map 6, but I don't think Vikendi going to be in there. But for you guys at home who have been watching the last few days, you've noticed we've given you some tips and tricks and helped you guys learn a little bit more about how these maps play out. Well, this time, John Allen's here to talk to you about Miramar.
Hated by newbies but cherished by pros, our overall perception of Miramar hasn't changed over the years. Set in the heart of the desert, the hilly and uneven terrains make traveling around this map using vehicles a difficult task. Furthermore, the open fields and steep hills turn into a valley of death for any survivor who dares to cover the lands on foot. And the job is even more grueling when you have more land to cover. Miramar is 8x8 in size, just like Erangel, but has way more land area compared to Erangel. The loot is not very satisfying either, which makes dropping into the big cities a must. To avoid drop clashes, players can try cities like Los Leones, which are so massive that they can easily fit in 2 or 3 squads who can loot specific parts without any violence. Miramar's large open areas leave fewer chances of getting ambushed, but when you need to rotate, you will hardly make it without your teammates getting blown off in vehicles. All the cities in Miramar are connected through highways. These can save you from the trouble of getting caught by opposing crosshairs while your vehicle is rolling down a ridge.
Boom! Takes out the tire, and he is absolutely wrecked.
Nevertheless, flawless rotations, according to the zone shifts, are a must to capture vantage points in high ground areas, like the Picado Hill, Junkyard Hill, and the Church High Ground outside Chumacera. In Miramar, giving up these eagle-eye points is suicide. Also, remember to choose the buggy over any other vehicle you come across. While these are some of the more preferred places, there are some sweaty, infamous hot drops that even the pros hesitate to go in. The red building beside Picado Arena, for example. We won't suggest a blind rush here, as this place has like 1,000 different corners where enemies can camp. Apart from all of these, there are a lot more tricks to learn and secrets to explore about Miramar. Tell us what you find fascinating about Miramar in the comments below.
Hello, welcome back to the show. It's me and Imperium now, me being blank, and obviously that is Imperium over there. But we're heading into Miramar next, who is going to be our next game of the day. Obviously, John's just done a great breakdown for you there with the highways, which Imperium loved so much. But it's very important because, you know, most of this map is awkward to play in, other than those roads. And if you head on those roads, most of the time you're going to get shot at.
Exactly. It's a very difficult terrain or map to traverse through. You got to pick your poison to an extent, right? But I'm going to start this game off blank by making a bit of a bold statement.
Okay.
Game Lord, are PMGC ready?
I don't think that's a bold statement, bro. I think they're right. They're right at the top.
Okay.
I mean, if things continue this way, they're going to go to PMGC, right?
Yeah, of course. The reason why I say it's bold is because it's only like March, right? And you still got pretty much a full 8 months or so before
Didn't they go to PMGC last time?
No, they didn't. That's the thing. They didn't make it to PMGC. They kind of failed at the final hurdle per se. But the reason why I say they're PMGC ready is because they are the complete package of a team. They've got 6 players on their roster, and not only does realistically every single one of their players look dangerous individually, you can have any formation of those players in the team and they look to be synergized. They look fluid. Nobody stands out of place, right? I was looking at how they were reacting to each circle shift on the previous game. The way they're so calculated on how they disengage away from a fight, how they're like shepherds just herding the rest of the flock that is the lobby into awkward positions, and they're punishing them for it. It is a masterclass on playing PUBG Mobile right now from Game Lord.
Yeah, they're making some good movements, that's for sure. I think there's some incredible plays coming out from this team. And yes, now I'm remembering correctly, it was very unlucky they didn't make it in. I was pretty sure, like, to be honest with you, if Game Lord went last time to PMGC, they would have put up a very, very good fight. And it's just unfortunate the way things did end up playing out there. Eastern Circle, a little bit weird for a lot of these teams, considering how easterly it is. You know, we've still got both the islands included here. El Azahar, Hacienda, San Martin, Junkyard. Weird areas to play in, a lot of open ground. You know, how would you usually go about this? What's your top drop spot here in this area?
Suppose drop spot, I always love El Azahar and Impala. I'm a very big fan of the eastern side of the map per se. And then when you're looking at locations throughout this phase 1, Junkyard Hillside, you've got the Minas Hills as well, which is going to be great for the likes of FTY if they want to send a couple of players around that area. For Unicorns of Love, they made a couple of mistakes around the El Azahar Hillside in previous Miramar games when it's been hanging around the northeast area of this map. So I'd like to see them correct it in this game should we have a continuation shifting up towards the northeast in this Miramar game. I'm really happy with how Unicorns of Love overall performed in that previous game. I think they were very sensible with how they rotated. I think they were a little bit quicker. Yeah, maybe they went a bit deep on the center too early, ended up working out for them. But for the most part, the way they split outside of the chopsticks, I think was very valuable to their end result.
Yeah, man, I think the idea that, you know, the chopsticks, it's a great position to hold if you can do what Giants did, which is quickly decisively take it away from Swat. Or it was FTY, it was Swat 69. I think it was FTY.
No, it was XTEAM.
No, it's XTEAM. Yeah, if you can take it completely away from XTEAM and then hold on to it, it's a good time. However, I think that they just let things get ahead of them, and they're almost in the exact same situation as XTEAM by the end of it. So unfortunate there. On the other hand, you're right though. I think Unicorns of Love set up a nice spread. Unfortunately, I don't think they had each other's backs as much as they would have liked, but I think that was something that was more determined by the way the circle went and the positioning of other players in that circle. So very, very awkward for them to play. Again, Icy's still performing at a fairly high average towards the end of the game there is unsurprising at this point in time for me, to be honest.
Yeah, and the desk really said it. You're not going to forget his face with how often he's been on the round report stats page, how much he's been on just generally at the top of the standings. There's 4 specific teams I'm looking at in today's games as a whole, being the final day of the first Super Weekend. That is the bottom 4 teams of Shockwave, RESQ, SWAT 69, and Penta. Because I look at today's games, it's very much damage limitation for them. Without a shadow of a doubt, coming into today, they are in and they need to be in the mindset of having to qualify for the second super weekend. 26, 41, 42, 43. It's just not enough points across 2 days and bearing on the average points per game to really put them in any kind of safe position at the end of this first super weekend. We saw Penta. Yeah, I think there was a couple of small improvements, but there's still that stuttering failure of going a little bit too deep into an engagement without any real knowledge. You alluded to it during the game when they got taken out by Vodafone Giants, and then I need to see more from SWAT 69, RESQ, and Shockwave.
Yeah, it's so weird to me at the moment, their current trajectory into a lot of these circles, like how they're rotating in. And you're right, it's they should be on damage control right now. Like, even if it's just a case of playing for, 10, 9, 8 points per game, that's fine. You just need to put up numbers right now. When you go back to league play or on your days off, try and have a discussion about what's going wrong, how can we fix it. I think right now for Penta, they are doing the opposite of what Eastern Stars had to do, which was Eastern Stars were like, right, well, our rotations suck, so let's fix that, which they did, and they haven't been focused on getting too many frags. They've just been focused on getting the circle, where they can get in the circle, where teams are playing around these areas. It's absolutely fine. I think Penta's like, God, nothing's going right. We need to fix our fragging. We need to fix our communication. We need to fix our macro, and you just can't focus on all those things at once, because you are going to make mistakes that way, because it's like trying to balance plates, right? It's feasible to balance 2 plates at a time. It's not feasible to be balancing 4 unless you're very skilled with your toes. It's not happening.
Have you ever actually tried anything like that? That is a bit of a niche skill, such as balancing plates on your fingers.
Have I tried balancing plates on my fingers? I can't say I have. No.
Okay.
I've juggled some oranges before, for fun.
No way.
I broke all the oranges. So
okay.
That was unfortunate. People weren't happy about that.
Why would you hurt the oranges like that, Blank? Come on, man.
Like I said, I was trying to juggle. It's a quick party trick. It's like, didn't go well. Talking of party tricks, though, Unicorns of Love, their favorite party trick at the moment is a swift rotation towards the center of the circle, which tends to work out quite well for them at the moment. I think they've been a lot more careful with these rotations. We talked about it before, and that's fine. I think that, looking at this game, though, on Miramar, starting in Al Azhar, like you said, this is a good position to, move from.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good place to rotate from. You've got a lot of vehicles around this area. You've got a lot of roads to be playing around with. And also the high ground down towards the south side. It is pretty much a picture-perfect drop spot when it comes to an Eastern Circle.
But I also think there's an element of unforgiveness if they go to center too early in this kind of circle, because they should be predicting that there will be and most probably maybe only 2 teams, but still 2 more than they would be comfortable with, utilizing that northern side of the map, right? Because it was more of a southern playing path, logically they're going to think, okay, if I rotate up north, there's going to be less traffic, less hassle, and that could punish Unicorns Love, right? If they're too deep in the center and they're not watching their backs. And no, they've been looking to develop a bit more of an edge kind of play style. And even though it looks tempting to go deep in this Miramar game with how the circle has fared, I don't think they should. Big, on the other hand, I love how they seem to have adjusted their drop spot accordingly to what was some unfortunately poor plays in a couple of previous Miramar games, being taken out by FTY a couple of times, even a super young roster. They've dropped down for Chumasera, and I think for the most part, it's allowing them to play much more strongly into these circles as a full team up.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know about unfortunate, though. I think that they did just make some mistakes versus FTY, right? Like, the first time it happened, yeah, okay, it's not the worst thing in the world, but still, like, it was an awkward regroup. And the second time it happened, it's like, what are you doing? Like, this shouldn't be happening twice in a row. But yeah, they're taking a fight now with super young roster. I'll see what they can do versus this team. Currently, super young roster, they're holding the planes, so a little bit harder for Big to get round. Nades are going to be pretty much critical here. They do have a backstop available, but super young roster, similarly, they've got a Lendo, the backstop king himself.
Phase 2 did shift up, by the way, and they're centered a little bit more towards the west, and these two teams are now outside of Phase 2. And I can't help but think big. Why don't you pull a leaf out of Game Lord's book and just disengage, wrap around? You got plenty of space on the northern side of Los Leones, around that south of La Bonita, which you normally drop onto. You should be very familiar with this area. There's no point, there's no benefit to taking this fight, because all you're doing is allowing other teams are going to hear the shots, hear the noise, and possibly third party.
Yeah, well, you know, the third party could come into effect. I mean, Giants are right behind them at the moment. It's difficult to get around this area without cresting this hill. So I wonder where Big would go in that sense, maybe down to Los Leones and try and cut in there. Still, you're in pretty much deep waters there as well, to be honest with you, but we'll see what they can do. Perhaps Picardo's an option, but I do think Big needs to finish out this fight quickly, unless Super Young Roster just send it further in, which they can do, which is a smart decision, right? They can move further in towards La Bendita, potentially gatekeep there. Big's just trying to get some shots out. I like this move from Mickey, to be honest with you. Moves up very, very quickly and tries to get ahead of the curve, and this has happened so sneakily in the meantime.
This is something that Mihi is very good at on his own, but it's a very clever system. But he has to be careful. Now he's going up at the full force of Super Young Roster, and Ali, the man, the myth, the legend, the real weight carrier of the Super Young Roster team, is going to make him pay the price. Gets an elimination point on the Big.
You've got to be really confident when you're making these plays, and I think Mihi is an excellent fragger. Unfortunately, Ali has just been showing up time and again here, so able to hit those shots quite quickly, and that could have been a very different story if Mihi was able to win that fight, but it felt slapdash. I like the decision making coming through from Super Young Roster there, Imperium, which is a case of like,
very
right, they've sent a player ahead, but the rest of the team we quite clearly know are behind. Let's just rock up, get someone behind us, and then hopefully take down these players. And now Big is in a very, very awkward scenario now where they're having to avoid Giants at the same time. Luckily, they do find another vehicle on the way, but there are still shots ringing out. Mozro's like, do we take the vehicle? Do we not? I don't know.
Looking at positions of other teams around this area, Game Lord up and towards that northwest side, outside of water treatment, taking a bit of a fight against Real Tiger 9s. Real Tiger 9s earlier on in the PMPL showed a lot of aggression, but I think they really need to develop rotations and develop an overall uniformity around how they're playing into these circles, because I think they're lacking on that most, the foundations of how you really play into these games, whether it's more VOD review, whether it's just more communication. Something's heavily missing and stopping them from getting more successful results.
I'd say that realistically it's their decision when they want to make a team fight, right? I think it happens either too early. I think it's just too early team fighting, which they basically get themselves stuck into and then refuse to leave. And I think that, you know, that is the complete opposite when you're looking at Game Lord, who are very happy to start a fight and then not finish it and regardless leave. And this is going to be a typical position where Game Lord's going to get one knock here, and I can be almost certain that now they're going to move from this position. As soon as they get the heals off, they're going to be gone.
Look at that, Rob's in the vehicle, Narvalo covering him. He's going to probably stick around to continue to grab that information as the rest of the team push forward. Indeed, Phase 3 has popped up and it's shifted quite heavily over to the eastern side, so it really is in between Impala, El Azahar, and Junkyard. There's a lot of high ground around that area inside this Phase 3, but there's not that much hard cover, right? So it is going to be all about setting yourself up with some strong vehicle play, some strong hard cover as much as possible, and then having your wits about you. Eastern Stars are pretty deep inside Phase 3.
Yeah, this is a not bad spot for Eastern Stars to be in. I mean, they are clumped up with a fair few other teams, but luckily the terrain around them really allows you to just play this position and not be spotted too soon, or at least have the cover to work around it. Game Lord once again putting down the punishment over towards Real Tigers 9 before starting to make that leave. They are weirdly split at the moment and trying to get in. Perhaps this fight took a little bit longer to conclude than they might have liked. Tong Jiabao in the meantime have passed straight through, currently playing with, I believe that's just 2 players for them though, so They've lost a couple on that northwestern edge.
Don't know exactly what happened to them. Didn't quite catch it in the elimination feed. Big, down to 3 players taking the fight against Vodafone Giants in the blue, I might add, along with Super Young roster. So it's a 3-way dance in a very, very tricky phase 3 blue zone. The circle is starting to encroach FTY on that southwest side, overlooking for Romanian Men.
Ali finds Ulysses on his rotate. They're still out in the blue though, and it's not the best position to be in. Hamodi has been left behind as he took a tumble to the floor, and I believe that was either to a little bit of damage and then the rest in the blue. Penta, on the other hand, stuck between them and RESQ as they've tried to make their way up this eastern coast. Coyote will find holes, and now just, I believe it's 3 players remaining now for Penta. So again, awkward pushes from Penta themselves. Just 2 players, in fact, with Jar Jar and Manu still alive.
Blood swinging around, looking for the angle on a little dip of the hill. They do have the edge of circle cover. Time is on their side as a phase 4 shifted down south. The very north of Impala is still in play. It's great for Shockwave. They've been hanging on towards the high ground outside of Impala to the west of it. And the circle is going to give them that edge of circle play, and once they're controlling, stopping the likes of Super Young roster big, they should be able to then focus on the teams in front of them later on inside this phase 4.
All these teams coming in from the northwest side are having such difficulties at the moment. Everyone's locked in combat on that edge. I mean, you've got Real Tigers 9, Game Lord, Clear Vision. You got loads of teams all up here. Even Unicorns of Love, who were sat in a fairly comfortable spot, now have to make their way down south. Eastern Stars all heading into vehicles after pretty much biding their time towards the center, leaving 4 Romanian men behind. I think this is a pretty awkward spot to be playing in, though, with this circle. It's the sheer cliff face. You've got a little bit of compounds to play around with to the north side of Impala, like you said before. So it could be a very strange finish, in my opinion. And whoever can kind of dominate over towards these compounds, right in the dead center of the circle, might just have a very, very good winning chance.
XTEAM are still alive as a full squad. Remember what they did in yesterday's Miramar game? I don't know if they're going to be able to repeat it, but it is something to be said that they're still up as a full squad. They do have Unicorns Love quite close by. Penta still staying alive as a duo. RESQ really a little bit fearful of making a massive move onto Penta as Muzi is going to get knocked.
I mean, this is just classic, isn't it, really? I mean, you're standing up out in the open, not really got all the knowledge of where the other players are, taking shots, not even prone. I feel bad for Penta because they are making some mistakes that I just wouldn't generally see in a PMPL. And I do think things need to change. I think getting into Super Weekend's fine, but yeah, VOD review definitely necessary. Again, I couldn't do any of this stuff, but again, I can identify when things perhaps are going wrong here. Eastern Stars finally make their way down that cliff face, like I said before, to the north side of Impala. Final player from Penta goes down. They will be out in 15th. Tong Jiabao went out just slightly earlier in 16th place.
I don't think RESQ really needed to have a player go down off the back of the squad wipe on to the members of Penta, XTEAM. Getting close continually to the members of Unicorns of Love. Yet to really engage on this fight as Unicorns of Love have the full squad up. 1 elimination point on their hands. You do have the last player, Game Lord, swinging in from behind. Could he be a little bit of a thorn in the side for Unicorns of Love? It looks like it. A knock onto Daddy. God damn it, Game Lord. Why are you still so dangerous even with 1 player up? It's ridiculous.
It's Victor, man. You know what Victor can do, and I think he's found the 1 player there, and he's moving way in. He's probably going to get this flush and then take some of the meds, then try and play from there. Unfortunately, he will go down to the blue finally, but that will leave Unicorns of Love with just the 2 players of IC as well as Reznov, which seems to be a reoccurring trend now for Unicorns of Love, doing fantastically well for these teams. I think that Unicorns of Love really do need to pat IC and Reznov on the back so far because they are really, really assisting. Eastern Stars, really glad they didn't head all the way down into Impala with their full team because with this next circle, right, it does put them in a good position.
as well as 4 Romanian Men over on the west side. They have the hard cover of their compound. They even have a good spread within that, keeping 1 to 2 players outside of this phase 5 circle. It's going to be so important for them, clearing their backs, clearing the teams around them, clear vision directly behind them, down to just a solo player. Nothing he can really do, just hopefully wait until the blue zone starts closing in and just follow that blue zone, and hopefully he can make it in. Superior roster, they've been quite active on the edge of circle positions, and out of them, Giants and Big, they're the only team to really stay alive as any full form of squad. They've only lost 1 player, and I say big positives for that.
I think that the way CPU and Roster played that game in the early, where they taken that fight with Big and they disengaged it, moved forward, tried to hold them out, was really well played. But with these circles, you know, things are starting to get more and more difficult. XTEAM in a fairly good position at the moment, looking to hold down on these hillsides. You can see them there off in the distance. Great position to be playing around, considering there's so many ditches that you can kind of just pop your head out of. Eastern Stars, though, look at that. See where Octavian's playing? Unreal position to be in. Just to be very careful that he doesn't go down. First elimination comes through for them. Carly hits the floor and will have to be smoked up.
There's absolutely no chance in hell that Octavian can really go down from this position. His goal is to grab information, and if he can take 1 to 2 to 3 pop shots, right? Shoot prone, get information with the third person perspective. Swave from Big, last player up, gets a knock onto Nox. Pun intended. FTY down to a duo.
TY, like you said, down to the duo now. Octavian, this is where we start to see this guy shine. I mean, he really is the sniper in the null, right? He plays so well. There's another one. Honestly, Seiko probably next to go down. He's not going to let his sights off yet. Finds him behind the tree. Unreal shots coming through from Octavian. This guy is accurate as anything.
4 elimination points for Eastern Stars, and they've all been secured by Octavian. That shows his worth not only in this team, but in this tournament. Giants Gaming go down. We're left with 6 teams as we head into phase 6. RESQ down to a duo. His tick is knocked. Another one goes down. Blood is left alive. And just like that, Kapahala, the Warlord, picks up the final elimination point.
Yeah, realistically, Octavian did his job there. Swave hits the deck. Kapahala looking to sweep him off it. Has the nade in hand. Have to drop it through. I think he knows roughly where this player is. We're getting shot from the backside. This is really important. He stays alive, but I don't think he quite knows where he is. The nade hit in the meantime, so Kapahala gets a little bit of revenge there. Will drop the smoke on the floor. It's doubtful that Octavian's going to get back up again, but he has been able to crawl up to a teammate. This is extremely good from Eastern Stars. Now he can start to work this game, but this is a very rare opportunity. We get to see this Imperium, which is 3-4 men squad in the end game for Miramar.
Normally, I wouldn't agree with going for the revive, but I think situationally, with the lack of players that are left in the lobby when you remove the 4 Eastern Stars players, it gives them just a little bit more comfort. Now, they got to get rid of Kaleboy. If not them, then possibly 4 Romanian Men. Then you have XTEAM, the might of Kosovo, being able to swing through the fences as a full squad. I love the fact that, as you pointed out, you got 3 full, well, okay, not 3 full squads, but 2, and then a 3-person team.
Yeah, Eastern Stars do take a knock onto Octavian once again. Some great shots ringing out from across the map. It's just open terrain, and it's basically, if you're XTEAM and you're 4 Romanian Men, you've got so much high ground to play around with. It is so essential that Eastern Stars can hold on to these vehicles, because they'll need them in the upcoming fights just to be used as repositional assets, as well as perhaps even cover, to be honest with you. But 3 players, still enough to make this one happen, and with Eastern Stars being down on that slope and 4 Romanian Men and XTEAM up here, it means that there might be some infighting on the hillside.
Doran tries to move away, gets closer to his teammates, but Dewey, he's going to get the knockback for mercy. Misses out on that opportunity at least, but the help has been done. Eastern Stars are pinched from both sides. I don't agree with Doran driving up. I know he had to get out of the blue, but all that knock does is allows 4 Romanian Men to push on up.
I mean, XTEAM most likely will take advantage of this. 2 knocks already, just Kapahala remaining, left alive. 4 Romanian Men, they're speedy, they finish this fight out quick, and they'll take some buggies and some loot because of it. Beg for Mercy now starts to move up. Sarah takes 70%, and now it's Bimmy still in the front line with Beg for Mercy as well. There is a backstop too, so they will have to worry about that, but Rana and the rest of 4 Romanian, they're splitting up. They've got this line.
Circle shifts down southwest, but it does stay in control of XTEAM. They have a 3-person spread in the front line, 1 in the back line covering a dip. This is perfect position for XTEAM, but with it being a 4-on-4, there's also not as much security on the team fight being won by XTEAM. They gotta make the positions count. 4 Romanian Men, they don't stop moving.
I really like that from 4 Romanian Men, though. They immediately make the spread on the side, take down Zombie, because they know that there's so much ground to be covered that they want to cover all of it almost immediately after they take down Eastern Stars. Quickly, there's a knock and a flush through onto XTEAM. Jahi goes down in the backside. That is terrible news now for XTEAM because they've lost their backstop. No one's watching. They're off angles now. Bimmy in the front, left high and dry. And now 4 Romanian Men, they're on the sweep.
That's so good. Bimmy goes down. Just Beg for Mercy alive.
Redox looking for one final player, and Beg for Mercy has to make his last stand now. A lot of damage comes through. Sarah tries to finish it off. There's only a smoke between these players. Looks for one, doesn't find it. Quick jump shot from Sarah will finish off this game. Redox and the boys with a 4-man ending. That is incredible for 4 Romanian Men. The push onto Eastern Stars, followed by the spread. You know, you couldn't have asked for a more perfect ending for 4 Romanian Men.
Redox is 6 elimination points. They covered the western side. I knew when the circle, I believe it was on phase 5, allowed them to control that west. They took that position and they just created a wonderful chicken dinner child out of it, right? It was just a fantastically controlled ending. And what really impressed me the most out of 4 Romanian Men in that game was how swift they were to move on every single engagement, every single position, because they knew time is of the essence, right? Especially when you're in the late stages of a game. So when you make a decision, when you make a move, you got to pull it off as quickly and controllingly as possible. And that was just a testament of how good they played throughout the game.
Yeah, because they were able to swing that fight in their favor because they knew the location of Eastern Stars, but I think XTEAM were hesitant to move on to Eastern Stars knowing that, you know, 4 Romanian Men were also in the location, but 4 Romanian Men completely turned the table, right, by immediately going, we're going to wipe Eastern Stars, make a spread, and now XTEAM's going to be forced into an awkward situation where they have to reposition to basically incorporate for us. So really, really well done for 4 Romanian Men. Because it just puts a massive spanner in any of the plans for XTEAM, who were expecting that game to be more of a standoff for much longer. And I love that from 4 Romanian Men in total. Redox to the 6 eliminations, 1100 damage, because they're not afraid to make those confident plays, and they've done it before. Unfortunately, for 4 Romanian Men, it doesn't always work out for them that way. And I think it's that confident, you know, very vicious nature that sometimes does come back to bite them.
It does. This time around it worked out, and I think a big part of that was, and with all due respect to XTEAM, because they have a massive love and they've clearly proven themselves individually during many games, but outside of Beg for Mercy, the rest of the team really did nothing in that late stage of the game. Zombie, in my opinion, had very, very opportunistic moments to third party to an extent onto 4 Romanian Men when they pushed on the Eastern Star. There should have been more pressure applied, whereas because they did nothing, it allowed 4 Romanian Men to continue to stay in control.
Absolutely, and 4 Romanian Men will stay in control if you let them do that, but it's Game Lord who is still on everyone's lips, and we'll see what they can do in the future games.
As you can see, the 4th anniversary event for PUBG Mobile is currently going on with its AR treasure hunt. You can head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com and have a chance to win yourself up to, well, not, you can't win 100,000 euros, but there's 100,000 euros in prizes, including some limited edition iPhone 13s, as you saw there on the very end. I wonder if there actually is 30 limited for around the world, because I would love to pick myself up one. I got to help us out here. We all requested one. Anyways, let's move on for this. Talk about the last match. See 4 Romanian men pick up their first chicken dinner, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the entire event, and more importantly, in the Super Weekend, which means they get $1,000 for themselves.
Yeah, and we were talking about on the background, right, when you're talking about the IGLing.
Sorry,
you were
I
close.
correct myself.
You were close.
And you brought it up, Kalash, right? Also, the IGLing seems a really that's where I'm saying they improved heavily around the IGLing of the team, it seems, because they do have some individual players that shown they can frag out. The one that I want to bring up in particular is Dude, but the way they played the high ground position on the Northwest on those closing moments when, technically speaking, XTEAM had priority in that position for the longest time. Romanian Men really took a chicken dinner, which initially probably shouldn't have been theirs.
Yeah, this is in part speculation from me, but there's enough evidence from what we've seen in these games to warrant such speculation, right? Where, you know, you look at some of these members, previous, you know, Nexus Gaming roster, etc., and things like that, and I feel like on this roster, as you say, they've found a new lease of life in terms of how they're approaching the game. They are more aggressive. They're not necessarily just sticking to compounds and hoping that the win comes their way. You're seeing at the very end of this game, as they look for you know, 4 different pressure angles to be able to put the heat onto XTEAM very successfully and execute it very effectively. So yeah, I like what we're seeing here from 4 Romanian Men. They look more proactive in this form than I think that some of these players have done in the past seasons.
Okay, well, as you can see, they're able to surpass their Romanian brethren, with Eastern Stars coming in 3rd place with 18 points. And FTY, get another decent game out of them, 9 points. I mean, 9 points honestly isn't really that bad whatsoever. They finished 4th overall, get themselves the 8 placement points, but showing they can kind of get some sort of consistency, I want to, but at the same time, we have seen some high highs and some low lows out of this team. And speaking of low lows, seeing Gamelord here only 3 points in this match, and TJB, after being, I think, top 4 in match number 1, they fall into 16th place here. So consistency is just really not living up for the TJB team, when we've seen that just be their #1 adjective when describing the team before.
And they really got caught out on the West as well. And actually, fully enough, before I was coming in today, Jason, I was doing a little bit of, you know, number crunching, looking at things that are going on. You were speaking, of course, of, you know, 4 Romanian Men that have just got their first chicken dinner, but they haven't. It's their 2nd. Before this, there were 4 teams, I think it was, that do not have a chicken dinner just yet in terms of these 16 teams. Those 4 teams were FTY, RESQ, SWAT 69, and the 4th one of all teams that I didn't think was going to be the case is TJB. This is a team that I think, Max, if you'd have said that to us coming into the tournament, that this is a team that wouldn't have a chicken dinner after, what, 16 games or so? Yeah. I think you'd be like, excuse me?
Exactly. TJB expects so many things. Of course, we did have that question mark because you got the addition of new players, and they're trying things out currently in this game. So they were maybe not going to get chicken dinners like right out the gate and start like with the highest result. But it is still a surprise that with this amount of games, we still not have been able to see good games. And I said it earlier, I believe, that even TJB's best games are just like kind of meh right now. We haven't seen those big explosive games that get like 15 eliminations, like, wow, okay, this is the TJB we know and love. It's just been average, and we want to see them back at their peak, but unfortunately it's going to take some time apparently for them to make it to that stage.
I'm actually really happy you used explosive to describe them, because that is the team that we saw last season and for the entirety of last year, and they just kind of, I don't know, maybe they're still asleep. Maybe they didn't actually read through the rules and realize you get $1,000 per chicken dinner the Super Weekend. Maybe someone needs to tell them, and we'll see them step up here. But speaking of stepping up, 4 Romanian Men able to close out the game. Let's take a look, though, at who on the team is the one stepping up, or if there's multiple people. And at the moment, we are seeing it's going to be Redux right now with 370 average damage done.
And he's the player, of course, that came in from 4 Romanian Boys to then go to 4 Romanian Men. So, of course, the difference in time between the end of season 2 in 2021 to now 2022, he has indeed grown, and we have ourselves quite a bit of damage coming in from him. He does feel like he's at the forefront of pushing this the way in which 4 Romanian Men are playing. I was mentioning, of course, that they look a bit more proactive, look a bit more like gun ready, I guess I can describe it as. And I think, yeah, he's really taken the team by the reins, and he's pushing this to the forefront for the team.
I mentioned this coming into the tournament. The two players I really rated highly for Romanian Men was Do and Redox, but Sarah and Rala, maybe not on a very consistent basis, but sometimes they'll just have a really big step up, get a lot of eliminations. I mean, Sarah's got 1.5 average elimination per game currently, which is very strong, and Rala just shy of that one in KD. So far, I think that this is a team that's shown that they can be consistent, they can remain on top. They're not the one that's going to secure chicken dinners every single time. You know, this is their second in the tournament so far, which is still not bad. And I think the Romanian Men have shown that they are a team that should be, without any doubt in my mind, making it into the league finals. But when it comes to making it to the championship, I think that's where things could get a little bit dicey for them. So we'll see if they can try and improve, try and secure those wins. Because if so, that could be the difference maker for them to make it to the next event.
And just as a slight aside here, GV, when we look at him, he's only played 2 games, I think it is. So good stats, but not enough of a sample size, I feel, for us to really take away too much from that.
You also can't forget that this is the second match out of 12 now that they finished 4th or higher. So I mean, they've had like a 3 or 4 5th place finishes, so they're still at least being consistent and getting towards the top placements, but they're not really breaking through to be like top 3 quite consistently, as we've seen some other teams do. Well, of course, like GameLord. There's not many teams out there like GameLord at the moment. Before we do head on to talk about the next match, let's take one last look though at the damage and eliminations in the last match. I want to see if it was skewed in one direction or if it's just kind of that general curve between all teams, because there was a lot of damage being done by quite a few, and we're going to see Romanian close things out at 2,000. And to be fair, looking down the list here, even GameLord has 800 damage done when they didn't really place too well.
Yeah. And it was actually a really hard rotation for GameLord in this game, because they tried their usual playstyle, which is, oh, there's a lot of teams trying to rotate through the northwestern side. It's not going to be an easy entry point. Let's rotate even further around. And unfortunately, going for a strat like that takes a lot of time to execute. And then there was a hard southern shift towards Impala, and that's what messed up GameLord. Unfortunately, playing Edge, there's always that risk of a very hard circle to move away from you. And this time, you had, what, 4 or 5 teams between them that were in the blue and the circle. So sure, they were still able to get a little bit of damage and a few eliminations here and there, but unfortunately, Edge playstyle does have its risk, and in that game in particular, they did suffer from it pretty heavily.
I also think, considering the position that they were in, Eastern Stars could have got a little bit more from this game overall. You're looking at Octavian's position, and the casters rightly pointed out that he was in a great spot. However, they weren't covering the great spot all that well. I mean, they were kind of spread out in towards the middle of the circle in like a line, but realistically speaking, there's only 1 or 2 vulnerability points for where Octavian was, and one of those is that southeast side that RESQ ended up coming in from. So covering that, then Octavian's got all day. He can do whatever he wants up until they have to move up to that north circle, of course. But yeah, they could have got a little bit more, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, that's something we can say about Eastern Stars, is still not being that strong house team that you purchase a certain item for to celebrate and to really push how good they can be. Maybe one day when we see the certain player do it, we can bust those out. But we're going to bust out the schedule here to catch you guys up on what's been going on today and what we still have left to come today, as we're into our 3rd match in just a few moments. We got Erangel coming up next, and then finally going to be on Sanhok yet again. I am curious to see, we had what? Unicorns of Love win Sanhok. We had Big win Sanhok. I'm curious if we're going to see either of those teams confirm that yet again when we do get to it. But for now, gentlemen, do you know what time it is?
No.
I don't know.
It's the caster time.
Okay.
Okay.
John out, Imperium. I was hoping for a little bit more energy out of them, but you guys take it away. You have all the energy I need.
And so then I said, why do you even need the desk time? What's the whole point of those two guys? They don't even... Oh, sorry, guys. How you doing? I'm ready for this next game. Erangel, we're going to be getting into it pretty swiftly, Imperium.
I can't believe Max doesn't know what time it is. Imagine that, John, not knowing what time it is.
I mean, the time changes did just shift, right?
So. It's typical. But anyway, yeah, this 3rd game of the day, I'm really excited. I think, and I know it's so cliche to say with how many tournaments we've had this PMPL format play through, but I really am genuinely excited with how a lot of these teams are evolving, right? And how we're seeing a build up of success. Yes, quite clearly, GameLord are the blueprint right now, PMPL Western Europe, but we are starting to see, even if it's not as consistently as we would like to, we're starting to see other teams at least try and reach those same levels to get those kind of similar performances, whether it's XTEAM, whether it's for Romanian Men, whether it's Giants or FTY. It's really starting to shape up in the right way.
Plane path going across the island pretty centrally now, so it's back to a little bit more normalcy here. Maybe a little bit long of a route for Penta and SWAT69 to be getting on with to get down to that military island, but shouldn't be too much drama going on. We've seen a couple of vehicle hot drops on Erangel so far, but hopefully that's going to be assuaged by a central plane.
Seems like Eastern Stars are dropping down to North George, a much more sensible decision considering what happened to them in the first game of the day when they had a player caught out. I know North George was even more inaccessible in the first game, but still good to see this decision come through. Penta gonna look to make their way down the south side of the map, grab a couple of vehicles and head towards a military base. Something, even though I don't think there's as many comfortable places available to an extent, I'd like to see Penta have a secondary drop spot as phase on shifts up. It looks like we are potentially going to get, I believe, John, our first military island finish of PMPL.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of the mainland in there, but you might be right. I would love to see it. And that you were talking about Penta needing an alt drop spot. I mean, with this circle, you probably head down, right?
Fair.
You probably do.
Yeah, of course.
Not to say that there isn't value in having that alternate drop spot, but still very, very difficult to navigate. Maybe out wide for XTEAM, and Ali shuts it down. A really solid alt off angle coming through from Super Young roster as well, as he brings out the double barrel, but only needs half of them.
It wasn't already obvious. Ali is such a good player, and he's really the star of the show when it comes to Super Young roster. It's not to say the rest of the team aren't pulling their weight as a team, but when you're looking at the danger in terms of elimination points, in terms of just gaining the advantage in a team fight, it's Ali all the way.
Certainly working out for them this time around. For Super Young roster to be able to pick up an elimination this early on from the southwestern side. It's going to be very, very interesting where those teams on the southwest go and when they make that move, right? Because everybody's going to be looking to move south. You need to get ahead of the curve. And I feel like that's kind of what four Romanian men are doing right now. They're rotating in into that ridgeline of trees that is so, so strong. The question is, where do they stop? Do they keep going all the way into military whilst Penta is still looting? It remains to be seen. Eastern Stars, they went North George. Maybe they should have gone back to Mil to Power this time around, but you never can tell.
You never can tell, indeed, and they know they're going to play a very edge of circle game. The fact that they haven't lost a player early on does technically make that a little bit easier. Indeed, I'm really looking at how these teams are going to rotate into this military island if they choose to. If they think or believe there's a John Allen guarantee in a military island finishing this third game of the day.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
The added bridge access via the underpass does technically make a bridge rotation easier, but I also think to an extent it makes a bridge defense, a bridge camp potentially a little bit more possible because you're able to have a player in that underpass in preparation. You asked the question of four Romanian men, were they going to make it across while Penta were looting up? They have indeed. You can see it on your screens. They've sent the whole team, and Penta, they need to be aware of it before many men, to an extent, are going in blind on towards that military island.
For Romanian men, they make that crossing, though. And maybe, I mean, Penta, we saw them leave and move down south early. Maybe they're still in that looting phase, not established on the guard. And maybe they should be a little bit more watchful. But four Romanian men can now take up that position and be a bulwark across that bridge, right? They could be that barrier that stops teams, or, well, maybe not stops them, but certainly slows them down from entering this area. And now Penta have an idea that the team's nearby. Was not quite able to land the shots. I think he popped a tire there. But Sarah around the side goes a little bit Evil Knievel on things. And Dos really finds it all too much to handle. Four Romanian men sent out wide, and Penta lose a player.
I don't know why he started taking shots at the vehicle there. All he needed to do was stay prone down. There was still a chance he was going to get spotted out, but I do believe that 4 Romanian men weren't looking for people. They might have been doing some scouting with seeing if the doors were open, right? But I don't think they were actively looking for players. And I think DWAS had a bit more of an opportunity to disengage should he have stayed prone and not taken those active shots. FTY starting to make the way across the Eastern Bridge. Now, SWAT 69, they went to Nova, but they do have 2 players a little bit closer to the southern side of the Eastern Bridge, possibly ready to bridge camp FTY. That's exactly what they've done. Nox goes down. Addis about to follow. Not quite.
But the other 2 are caught around the sidelines as well. Crossing the bridge a little bit easier now that those side bridges are in play, but still not an easy task. You have a little bit more cover. This is probably the first time, as you say, we're going to see a camped out bridge crossing, but it's not really going to come through to much more than just playing that end of the bridge and stopping a vehicle, and we've seen that time and time again.
Addis, who is still alive, I believe, should be looking to distract SWAT 69 to the point where FTY, the 2 remaining players with him, Kaleboy and Shinyo, possibly able to make it across a little bit easier. What I do like from FTY is that they've actually been able to split one either side to try and grab that information. But you can see SWAT 69, they disengage away from looking for Addis, and they've gone back to the bridge camp.
Here we go, using those under rafters for FTY. And fair enough. I mean, it's exactly what they're there for. To be able to get across just that little bit easier on foot, give yourself those covered off sight lines from the top.
But here's the thing, if the aim is to get across, you're dead right. But the longer FTY leave it being in that underpass, being essentially on the bridge, the harder it's going to be when the likes of maybe Real Tigers 9 or maybe even Unicorns Love get closer to that Eastern Bridge, and they're going to get sandwiched, they're going to get pinched, and they're going to be whittled down. It's really a matter of when they die rather than if they die. If they stay where they are, right? What I love looking in towards other teams and where they're located is Vodafone Giants. They've gone down the classic route of keeping 2 players on the very southern edge of the mainland coastline, dead center of this phase 1, and they've sent 2 players swimming across. No botation, no bridge rotation, just simple, effective, swimming across in a quick manner, and they have a 2-2 split. It's perfect coming into phase 2.
Shockwave a little bit on the back foot there. We know how much they like to play that northwestern peak of Zaki. And they actually do get out ahead of the Eastern Stars, who are going to be very late to rotate out of North George Pole. Not in vehicles yet either. They are in the blue, even further out than Shockwave. Teams on the military island now as it stands. 2 players from Giants make that way through, as you were talking about. FTY have a foothold in Addis down the south side, but they've been struggling to get across that bridge. Looks like they took the swim. Another team looking to maybe try and push on through there. Real Tigers 9 on the eastern bridge. Penta already on there. 4 Romanian men. We saw that cross go through as well. Nobody else with that presence on the island just yet, and no boats have been sent out wide.
I understand why nobody's gone for a botation in phase 1 because of how in between the mainland and the military island it was going to be, plus how centered up. Now with a bit more of a northeastern shift, the likes of Super Young roster should be directly looking at taking boats from Ferry Pier or Primorsk, swinging around the south of military base, military island, and then play from the southern edge of the circle, because they have plenty of road access to, let's say, radio tower right on this phase 2 to the southern side of military base. But instead they're looking to stick to rotation over to the western bridge, which they can use to bridge camp, but only if they're quick enough to get there. They have 3 players heading towards it. Orlando still looting up in Primorsk.
Off the side of the cliff. Little Bonnie and Clyde action going on there for the Giants players. But they will meet a better end there and manage to land in the water. So they'll be all right for now.
For Romanian Men, very swift and quick to react to this phase 2. They have 4 players sending it towards where the 2 Giants players are down on the southern side. And you can see Redox in the elimination feed picking up a knock on the Salazar, and that is him down and out. That's the unfortunate risk of a 2-2 split the way Giants did it. But it was also partly because they were on the move away from that center spot, waiting for the rest of the team to swim across.
Compound building found for Romanian Men. They are all very, very close together. I mean, a lot of teams probably going to be looking to cross. So you might just want to be on the lookout. But no, they redisperse. I feel like this is the wiser choice. You get so much more info for being on multiple points of this ridgeline, and you can rotate fairly easily between those outposts, right?
Yeah, you can indeed. Super Young roster. Sorry, going up against Shockwave, and it's Orlando to kick things off. Shockwave, they sent themselves in from South George, and Super Young roster, they opted to go for that Western Bridge camp, and it's, for the time being, working out in their favor.
I think it's 1-for-1 on the knocks, but the flush comes through. Shockwave down to 1 standing. So they're traded out. 1 player at the back now. And the flush is just getting confirmed for the time being. Tam picks up the point, puts it in the pocket. And now just Seiko out wide. Ali, you sang his praises earlier. Is he going to be able to escape the purview of the M249? Rolls 1 down and looks for more, but Ali falls. Shockwave eliminated with a backup from Tam. It looked hairy there for just a second, but they bring it back. Super Young roster, all 4 standing.
They're a little bit lucky that the likes of XTEAM haven't as swiftly gone for the push after hearing those shots, because they should hear those shots, but instead maybe they're looking to get ahead of Super Young roster and become the bridge campers on that western side. I'm really disappointed that no team have gone for rotations inside this game. I think it's a massive fault on a good few of these teams. I understand in phase 1, but when phase 2 shifted up, there's way more options for rotations on both the west and the eastern side. Like, look at Unicorns Love. Yes, they're waiting and prioritizing a bit of an idea of if it's going to stick towards the mainland, but I still think the opportunity is there to go for a rotation, and it could be left too late with phase 3 shifting down south.
That western bridge is quite an interesting factor here now. Not too many teams guarding the other side of it, but 2 teams waiting to cross in that position. Game Lord under pressure from Big, and looks like they will cave to it. Suave up the top there, getting suppressed a little bit, but it won't stop the flush. Trazen on the off angle now. Trazen and Victor, the last 2 standing now for Game Lord after their 2 forefront players get cut off by Big.
Phase 3 is still accessible to hang out in the blue. It's not ideal, but it is certainly accessible, and I think it kind of would make sense for Game Lord, even to an extent for Big. They've got to cover their backs, and I wouldn't be surprised if they look to push in towards the blue to take down Game Lord. Eastern Stars heading towards the Western Bridge along with RESQ, XTEAM, and Super Young roster. So there's a heavy bit of traffic before Romanian Men continue to cover the western side of this circle, playing in from the coastal line of Military Island.
So we're going to see potential play on these stanchions, on these rafters around the bridge to make this crossing. Either that or they're going to fight before they even get to that bridge. A nice knock onto Zombie, and that might be the go time for Super Young roster. A nade sent long by Beg for Mercy to pump out the damage onto the position, but it's a little bit too late. Commodity sends in the spray, not going to be able to connect. Those girders just providing too much cover, unfortunately. Ali as well, trying to get away with it. This time, not so lucky. Will be able to find the spray for Beg for Mercy as the stim comes through. Tam sends in. I don't think they want to go back for this one, but they might try and guard out or just send straight for this next circle.
I gotta say, massive respect coming out from Super Young roster. They took that knock, they took that elimination on the XTEAM as a sign to push, and they knew there was still risk with Eastern Star. Now looking to stab XTEAM in the back. Knock on the Beg for Mercy. Kapahala with the DP28 making that count. And this is why I said hanging out in the blue on phase 3 is accessible. It's not ideal, but Eastern Stars definitely understanding the position they're in, dropping in North Georgia, and how difficult it was always going to be playing into these circles.
But at this stage is where you really need to start striking out for the zone. I feel like that's what they're going for here. it's going to shift away. It's going to be zone 4. This zone is going to hurt. You can see only one stim left on Athis, 4 first aids. Sure, they got a little bit of loot, a lot of loot on board, but they need to make a hasty push. And there's a lot of teams on this western front for them to get past.
At least Athis is starting to do this with the rest of his team. They're swinging it into the edge of the circle. The next phase is about to pop up. Phase 4, you have Big over by the eastern side of the map. And it's going to shift over to the east. Unicorns Love made it through. I think it was actually a rotation, and it works out for them. A great spot. There was always going to be a bit of risk there, but no other teams really looked to cover that coastline on the eastern side.
Look at the red dots just flashing up on that left-hand readout. Players getting knocked a lot, especially on this northern shore now. There's 3 teams yet to make that move all the way across. Clear Visions, RESQ, Big, all waiting to make that push. Victor, I think he's the last standing for Game Lord, if I'm not mistaken. Swimming now out in the ocean and might actually have to push in behind the Unicorns of Love.
What we saw on the western bridge, we're going to see on the eastern bridge right now between Clear Vision, RESQ, Big, Real Tigers 9, Eastern Stars starting to get a little bit more punished. She said it was going to be difficult for them. Super young roster. They disengaged earlier on, and they're looking to bridge. They're looking to camp them out.
Oh, this is the first time we're going to really see these rafters in action. I keep saying that, but it's not. They just go. They just let them go. They just let them go. I mean, why not? Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, the side of that bridge, probably quite a solid position until you have to get onto that mainland. Or, well, I say onto the mainland, onto the military island, right? Until you have to leave it, it's very solid to be able to hold. The unfortunate situation you have is that there's so many sightlines from the hillsides, from teams like TJB, so that if they turn your attention, they're not going to be able to find it. There we go. Now they start to strike out. First elimination found for them on this position. Real Tigers 9. Slowing down the approach from Clear Visions.
Overall, I'm pretty disappointed with how teams are playing this military island game. Yes, it's the first military island finish of PMPL, but the fundamentals are still there when it comes to rotating, using the boats and being quite variable. Clear Vision, they tried to push in. They have, at least to an extent, made it with 2 players, while TJB Lang Z being knocked by Mangus. Great shots on board.
What? I'm not too sure what Langzy was thinking there. I mean, he knows there's going to be players on that bridge. He should have heard that gunfire. He should have seen the vehicles going through. So just being broadside to the bridge entirely, I have to question that. I have to question that
without
position.
any smokes as well.
Yeah, exactly. And then just lies down out in the open as well. I'm not happy with it.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with it one jot.
Now, he's yet to be confirmed. That's one thing I will say. So the revive is potentially there from Lynn. The whole rest of the squad is alive, so there is that level of support. And because of the work that the likes of Romanian Men have done, despite going down on that western side, there is a little bit more cover. Eastern Stars still up as a full squad, by the way. They did suffer a knock at the hands of FTY on top of that radio tower, but the revive has come through. RESQ finally go down. SWAT 69 have a big split in the center compounds of this circle. There's absolutely no possibility of any team entering this circle from that roadside, right? So SWAT 69, they're building themselves up to defend that area perfectly.
I mean, why shouldn't they? They get the shift again straight onto them. This is going to make it difficult, though, because a lot of teams are going to be looking their way. FTY are going to have to descend from their mount on high, right? Eastern Stars are going to be looking to push into a position. Both of those teams are going to be looking to insert themselves in those compounds, in those buildings in the center. Game Lord Victor, though, the last standing. They found Big, and he's going to find the knock, but Game Lord eliminated 11th place. They have had a little bit of change of fortune from the first Erangel.
Yeah, but I still think there's a massive amount of security in terms of how they're playing. They could be using the remaining games of today just to try different elements. They have had a little bit of unfortunate circle look, and I rarely use that as a defense for teams and how they play. Penta, 1 player down, 3 players left. They crash in onto one of the buildings in which SWAT69 had locked down, but SWAT69 reacted to that central circle shift really well to form up on the western side of those buildings.
Oh, 2 players from Clear Visions in here right now. They're popping those smokes and maybe looking to suppress. Penta haven't had the best of luck with fast crashes, but they get a building here. 3 players alive as well in a central spot. Not the worst, but Unicorns of Love are on their tails. They are right at the door.
Yes.
And trying to knock it down as well. Look at that, Alicio at the forefront.
I think Penta should be playing the style of, we didn't clear out the players in the building in front, we need to cover behind, because they can in no way allow Unicorns of Love to breach into any of those buildings at all. It's not like Unicorns of Love are realistically going to absolutely crash it, but there is a chance that if they give Unicorns of Love the opportunity, Unicorns of Love are going to take full advantage of it. TJB on towards that northwestern side of the circle. Big have made it in from the coastline over to the northwest, and they're crashing in onto the garage area. One player goes down, but Swave is going to swing in to try and get the revive. Oh my god. Eastern Stars in the meanwhile still up as a full squad in a very bold 2-2 split, I might add. You have to worry about FTY coming down from the radio tower. They've entered in 9 teams left, 29 players alive, while SWAT69 continue to cover the center of the circle.
Trying to hold in the middle there. Gonna be easy. They have some of the zone. They are gonna look to try and get it on the next shift. Okay, all right. So the shift goes up to the northeast now. And SWAT69 are going to have to move a little bit further in.
The thing is, for Eastern Stars, they technically don't need to engage onto FTY. They can allow the likes of Giants, SWAT69, even Unicorns of Love on the other side engage on them. They can just focus on taking out the likes of TJB and Giants along the way. Doran, Kapahala, job done.
Taking names there for Kapahala, the Warlords. Very, very nice to see for the Eastern Stars. They had a long road into this circle, but they're making it work now. FTY up the top of the hill, struggling to descend, but a nade from the top rolls downhill, gathers no moss, and takes a hefty swathe out of the Eastern Stars. Here comes the Unicorns of Love push on to the position from Penta. Nades in through the window. Manu is down. So is Daddy, though, for the Unicorns of Love. They are in this next circle. Are they going to have to fight off against the Eastern Stars and FTY Fallout as well? As it looks like the Eastern Stars might be able to res a couple here.
I don't know if they're going to go for the res because the 2 players are down or the ones that are across the road. I said the Unicorns of Love, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile against Penta, and Penta allowed Unicorns of Love to breach in on towards the side of these buildings.
In come the Eastern Stars remnants as well as they try and move forward, but they just go down and out. It is all just too much to bear. And in come FTY starting to truck as Unicorns of Love start to suffer as well. Shinyo a little bit later to the party, but he's going to have oversight. The nades are booming across every door frame, through every windowsill. It's just such a cacophony. Everybody's suffering. Another nade lands underneath Daddy. Red's not the last to stand for the Unicorns of Love. FTY controlling the outside sightlines. And in the middle of it all, it's going to be Big across the way who are surviving through everything. A nade in. Is it cooked well? Looks like it's going to find the knock. And Manu falls for the Penta squad inside.
But the thing is, Cowboy doesn't know the Unicorns of Love players are still going strong. A crow's in his hands and a pocket full of dreams. Muzi trying to deal with the molly swinging in through the side of the buildings. This is so vicarious. But FTY are continuing to control things as a duo.
Moving around the sidelines, Manu has been knocked. I don't think Penta can go for this res here. Unicorns of Love very, very close. SWAT69, they've been hidden away from this conflict for a while, but it's all Big right now as they have the better side of the roads. They have excellent sightlines onto all of these fights. SWAT69, they do have a little bit of an up-ground perch, but Resnov starts to push around the outside, and Shinjo might just come into conflict.
Why is it always Reznov and Icy that are left alive for the team, it feels? Icy covering this team on his back, most dangerous player in the squad and one of the most dangerous players across PMPL EU West, Swat 69. They have to swing out from the buildings that they held down for the majority of this game. The north side shift puts Big in control.
Unicorns of Love looking to push out towards FTY. Shinyo in direct conflict now. Restov back into the smoke. Icy as well around the sidelines. And it's the Groza to bark straight into the faces of Unicorns of Love. It's going to give them the fear of God, and that's even more for them as well. It's going to burn them down and get that res off as well. That heal off, sorry, as FTY stay alive with 1 versus 2. But in comes Muzi into the fray with that close quarters. Spray down through the window. Shinyo trying to suppress the line, but not really having the best of luck. In the meantime, across the road, Big going to have to hold off against the push coming through, but they're going to be doing all right for now. FTY will have to leave. The spray for Shinyo. He heads in, looks for the drop shot, and FTY are out. Muzi able to hold on, but Amoni on the sidelines absolutely decimates everyone's hopes on that south end. And now Big with 4.
Clear Vision just waited, allow all the other teams to put in the hard work, and they clean things up down to the top 3. But down goes Clear Vision. Swat 69, Big left standing. Is this going to be a big chicken dinner? It could be a worthwhile, very big journey they've had.
What a couple of nades over towards Swipe's position now. Low HP needs to force that heal off. Mazzaro wants to suppress that line and give them some opportunities here. SWAT 69, this is their territory. This is home ground for them right now. This is where they drop. And they're trying to lay claim to it. Mazzaro's position in the middle is isolated. And look at this. They're going to move in. They're going to go for Swave. They're going to take the one fight on the off angle. But Swave might be able to do everything. He's dropped. He's down on the floor. And Swave takes it for Big. He takes the 1 versus 2. He does what Mazzaro couldn't. And SWAT 69 take a catastrophic tumble. It's Big to claim the victory on the Military Island Circle.
I will say that was a massively deserved chicken dinner from Big. They dropped in Severny, and if the proof wasn't in the pudding in that game, it is for everybody in terms of you don't always have to have the circles, how you play through. And yes, there was a couple of scary moments on the eastern side, but Big made a lot of calculated decisions, and in towards the late game they pushed in, they controlled the buildings that SWAT 69 didn't have by the roadside, and they got the job done. It was 2v1 in the isolated movement. It shouldn't have been a big chicken dinner in that regard, right? It should have been a SWAT 69, but in the end Swave stood up, stood tall, and grabbed himself and the team a chicken dinner.
I feel like one of the SWAT 69 players didn't have a gun out when he pushed out the smoke to that direction. I wonder if they thought they... I'm not sure. I don't know if I recall it entirely correctly. I don't want to make that claim without it being true.
Yeah.
But I feel like what they might have thought is that with that nade over the top, they'd got an elimination and cleared that area entirely. Maybe they were trying to push for the crates to maybe get a little bit more loot on board, right? Because they hadn't been fighting through a lot of teams, and I imagine they've been expending quite a lot of utility.
I think that second factor that you bring into play could be part of the reason why one of the, if you're right, in your speculation, but at the end of the day, I still look at it as a bit of a choke. If that's the case, then you don't split either side, right? You push as a duo on that one side, and basically the one, if he has no ammo or no gun, he's the meat shield for the team, right? So that was, either way, I still look at it as a bit of a choke as we look at the round report. Swave, Kaleboy, FTY. This is 3 strong games in a row. This is 3 games where they've had basically top 3, top 4 finishes. This team is massively stepping up to the plate.
They've done very, very well today so far, but it's all about consistency. You've got to look at it that way. And if I'm looking at consistency, it's not quite, I don't think it's quite there yet to say that they're being consistent, but I'm absolutely open to the idea. And as you say, they have stepped up really quite effectively today. Really, really nice stuff coming through. But Big claimed the chicken dinner. 14 eliminations. What a performance coming through to move all the way from the top to the bottom. And they end up right at the top in the end of it. They get that chicken dinner and send themselves a whole bucket of points. Let's head to a break.
Okay, well, welcome back everyone to PMPL. I guess I'll just continue along here as I want to remind you once again about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And Big clearly chugging one of those bad boys, able to get themselves another chicken dinner, another $1,000 in their pocket. Well, once again, let's see how much more they can win though, as we still have a couple more matches left to go here in our final day of our very first Super Weekend. Got to bring Maxman and Clark though to talk about this last match, as it was an interesting one for quite a few different reasons. Some positive, some negative. And we're going to get into all of that right now.
Wow, amazing. What a cut. All right, yeah, it was an interesting military ending, or military island finish, I suppose, here. Normally, I'm pretty hyped for them, but this one was kind of strange. Almost like a pseudo kind of city ending for a lot of the teams crashing onto one particular compound. And meanwhile, all the nerds are over in that compound where all the chads are over the road doing chad things. And seemingly they win out the game because the circle shifts on up there. And Swave, I mean, normally we're talking about Unleash the Beast with Monster, but it's Unleash the Swave for this one here, Max, because he was rocking it.
That was a weird push from SWAT69 is all I can really see at the end there. They just rock up. One player doesn't have a weapon in hand. The other one is just getting prone. And we have the M249 kind of factor versus Victor in the Miramar game a few days ago. Like, he just can't hit the shots. And Swave just wins the 1v2 and they just get the chicken din off the back of that. And yeah, they had the best position. This should have been, in my opinion, a SWAT69 win, but they allowed Big to actually push and take more control. And they just, unfortunately, not able to get it at the end. So yeah, SWAT69, there was a chance, but didn't quite work out.
Well, let's take a look at the match rankings then. Let's see all the points everyone got for this one. See how many Big got in the end of things. But it's also another team I'm going to be focused on here when it comes to this leaderboard, which we'll allude to and talk about a little bit later on. I think impressive though for SWAT69. I think that was their highest placing game they've had so far. Maybe their highest point game they've had so far. And considering they were a team on the back of the second page, as Claris, you can see, looking to prove me wrong here for a second time today, able to at least get something going in favor of them. 21 points is huge.
They've already had a second, however, yeah, 21 points is probably still higher than what they've previously had here. So, you know, I'll give you that, Jason. But as Max is saying, they probably could have approached that situation towards the end a little bit better, I think is fair to say. But I said it whilst we were watching the game, right, Max? Given Big and SWAT69, if you just put those two teams in a vacuum, I'm betting on Big 9 times out of 10 in those moments, and Swave proved alone that he was able to do it.
Yeah, able to hold down the fort as a 1v2. This is Big showing once again that they're one of the most aggressive team in the lobby. They're not scared to go for fights, even if they do not have the advantage. Reason why they were able to get the chicken dinner here at the end. Though this team that we're seeing at the top, though, for once, it's pretty rare to see them on the top page. It's going to be Penta, 9 points total this game. But fair to say that Penta, being a team that usually drops in Sanhok military base island, lose a player early game, which that should not happen. And also they get overtaken by so many teams when they should have been the first team to be in that circle in the first place. I need to see Penta be a lot faster when the circles actually for once is in their favor. Yeah, this was just a little too slow in my eyes.
Claris, have anything to add to that?
Well, if we're showing Penta numbers later on, I was going to save it for that. So I'm going to abstain right now.
All right. Well, we'll move on from that. We'll talk about how Game Lord not going to be on the front page yet again, but we are seeing Eastern Stars and Giants able to join through, as well as Clear Vision you saw with, I think, a nice 12 points. Going to the second page, Rescue. Max, I don't know what it is, but this team is not proving to be the team we saw on day one. They were the leader, if I'm not mistaken, or at least top 5 in the end of day one of League.
Yeah. I mean, it's a completely different beast from that day one of League Play 1, right? This is not the Rescue that we saw at that point in time. And it's sad to say, because I know there's a lot of fans in the chat right now that are supporting Rescue every single day in the chat. We see you guys, don't worry about it. But unfortunately, Rescue has not been able to live up to the hype right now. They're out of position where I would almost say if they don't make it to the next Super Weekend, if they miss out on one Super Weekend, there's a very big chance they're not going to be able to make it to the League Finals. So Rescue need to be a lot more cautious in how they approach things, because how they play these games, it seems they're very hesitant. They're thinking, oh, should we go for the fight? Shouldn't we? I want to see a clear-cut decision-making made by this team and just commit to that decision-making. Right now, it's just, I don't know who's doing the IGLing, but it just seems like decision-making is a little bit off right now for them.
Okay, maybe a little bit of a learning curve for in-game leading then about how teams are playing, how they can adapt to the lobbies. But it is time now, Claris, for you to open the floodgates. Penta, let's see their stats here in this last match. And Claris, just take it away.
All right, scared, I think is fair to say about the playstyle that we're seeing from them here in this game. I mean, admittedly, once you're in the building that they were in, and they are effectively had 3 teams locking them down around this building, I sort of understand the apprehensiveness about making any moves whatsoever. But they kind of got themselves in this position to begin with, and it's kind of, yeah. I mean, Max was alluding to it earlier, right? When you're looking at how they're playing Military Island, when we were waiting for this moment, a Military Island finish, to see what Penta was going to do, considering the dropping down in that military base. So they took the hills north of military base, which makes some sense. But just as the circles are shifting, I'm expecting a little bit more proactiveness out of this team, right? There's no reason they couldn't have taken something like Radar Tower, for example, which was south of their eventual demise position, to kind of have that little bit of leverage over the other teams around them.
Yeah.
So I think maybe just some more proactiveness when we're seeing these military finishes would, be nice to see for Penta here on military.
Yeah. I mean, actually, it was FTY, if I'm not mistaken, that took Radar Tower. That was a team that had to cross from the mainland onto Sanhok Island to then take that position, whereas Penta didn't have to do that. So I do think that in circles where you do have the advantage, Penta just need to be a lot faster in how they approach these circle shifts. So yeah, I mean, hopefully this is the first time that we do actually have a proper Sanhok Island military base, so they can take this as a learning opportunity. Because if we see this happen twice in a row for their drop location, I'm going to be a bit disappointed here.
Well, what about the compound they were holding at the end, though? There was 3 teams around them, and they just kind of sat inside the room and just hoped no one would ever actually push into one of the rooms or look for a firefight. I mean, it seems like they were playing a little bit scared, maybe unsure of how to play the situation out, or maybe kind of similar to what we see on Sanhok of just trying to play for those placement points.
Yeah, the issue is once the circle narrows down on that spot and you are kind of every single member in that building. Of course, bear in mind, they only had 3 for a long time in this game. Unfortunately, Duos fell pretty early in the game, so that already limits your opportunities anyway. But 3 in that building alone, when you're surrounded like that, I'm not sure what you can do. I do understand them just kind of chilling, but yeah, don't get yourself there, I think.
Yeah. I think the only way to escape that situation is if you have utility, but they used it already so early at the start of that fight. So without utility, them not moving, I can understand it. There's no other great option available for them. It's just a hard situation to deal with as a whole.
Okay. Well, you know what? We're actually past the halfway point of the day. We were going to maybe take a look at Big, but instead I'd rather actually use the time we have remaining to talk about the overall standings and see if we've had any major switch-ups coming into the start of the day until now. Obviously, we've had some good victories for Game Mode yet again, which may be lengthening their lead up against Eastern Stars a little bit further, but it's only 9-point difference. But there is a massive gap developing, though, between 2nd and 3rd place. We're almost 30-point difference between these 2 positions.
Yeah, that is Game Lord Eastern Stars, right? These are the 2 big hitters that coming into this tournament that we expected to do extremely well. And already for one Super Weekend, we're not even done with this Super Weekend yet, the first Super Weekend of this tournament, and we still have 4 chicken dinners for Game Lord. That means they would have got almost every single chicken dinner in one day of play, which is mental to think about when it's only 13 games played. So, and yeah, I'm not surprised to see this big of a gap already being created. They're already making their way into qualifying for the league finals. That's great, but we also do not know really how the race to PMGC is going to really work out. But if it's somewhat similar to last season, Game Lord Eastern Stars, they are looking set when it comes to securing a potential spot in that tournament.
And didn't it come down to those 2 as well last time around?
It was Unicorns of Love versus Eastern Stars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, looking down the list here, it does drop off again a little bit, about 30 points between 4th and 8th place, as we see TJB rounding things out right there. Beyond that, nothing really too crazy on this front page. I mean, we are seeing Game Lord with a lot of placement points. That's what's expected when you have 4 chicken dinners.
I'm slightly surprised that TJB is an 8. I thought maybe they would be a little bit lower. So they are still kind of coasting and getting those middle of the road results. But again, we're super critical of that team because we think that they can be top 3 as opposed to top 8, right? So
yeah, definitely. I can see here on the second page, Penta's still gonna be around at the bottom. However, they bumped themselves up to 38 points. So in 10-point reach of Shockwave here, and then RESQ up at 53. So we're seeing a couple of points being picked up here or there from the bottom of the table, but we're still seeing some big differences, like at 9th, 10th, maybe 11th place further on down from there. The lead does start to grow for some teams. But again, it's just the first Super Week. We still have 2 matches left to come today. We'll take a look at the schedule to remind you what's coming up next and what will be the final match of the day. And again, like every Super Weekend, Sanhok, then Erangel. But my question to you 2 gentlemen is, before we do go to our casters very quickly, who's going to win Sanhok? Go, Max.
I'm going to say, I want to see TJB get a win. So we'll see if it goes well.
Okay, James.
He's fallen into the heel trap. Okay, they're gonna get second or third. I'll
Probably.
go with big. I think they're great.
Okay, well, let's head over to our commentators here to kick off match number 4.
Well, hey, last time around on Sanhok, we saw FTY try and heal out for as long as possible. I think it was Addis there getting pretty deep into the game. But this time around, hopefully, we'll be seeing a little bit more action in the middles of those circles. It was a Southwest Island finish last time. We don't see that usually.
Southwest? I thought it was northwest. On the
Yesterday,
on the mountains. Yes.
No, it was a Southwest Island. Was it? No, I don't think I've imagined that.
It was the
Pretty
northwest
sure.
island.
No. It's Southwest for sure.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
100%. Oh
Yeah.
my God, okay.
Yeah, Max has the receipts. He's already popped them in the chat. But
my
yeah,
God.
absolutely, it was the
My
Southwest
brain.
Island finish. It came through.
Day one.
I staked up 10 cans of Monster that it was going to be a Southwest
Only
Island
10.
finish.
You were
What?
so
10
sure.
10
You should have done at least 100.
It was 10 to 1.
cans
It was
there.
10 to 1, right? That it was going to be a Southern Island, Southwest Island finish. I remember it like it was yesterday because you know what, Blank? It was.
Okay, well, you know, my brain scattered. Players also scattered around the map here on Sanhok. We'll see where exactly they do end up. And if we get, that Northwest Island finish, because, if we go to Southwest, you got to have Northwest after that. That's just how things work. It's how they play out. Bit of an awkward playing path in terms of getting over towards that Northwest and Southwest side. We'll see if Romanian Men drop on top of the Super Young roster again. I doubt it's going to happen, but maybe. I do agree with Claris putting your money on big. I think they've been having a good day today. And to be honest with you, Sanhok is one of their strongest maps. Oh, dear me. Right, well, we've had Southwest, we had Northwest, so now we're going to have Northeast. That's fair play. And then we will finish next week on Super Weekend Day 1 on Southeast after that. So that's just how it's going to have to play out. And Modi with 4,392 here on Sanhok. That is a lot of damage from Clear Vision.
Many damage.
Much.
Many damage. Ooh, yeah. Very good. Excellent to be able to post those numbers, Blank. At the moment, very, very spread out. The closest engagement is right up at the top there. You can see Clear Vision. Actually, I'll take that back. Look at camp over towards the northwestern island. You've got a lot of players there, and even more on Ruins. It's a challenge for Super Young roster and for Romanian Men. At the moment, Sarah finds somebody, gets that flush as well. Very strong position at the moment for Sarah. Not really a lot that Super Young roster can do about it, especially without the utility earlier on. The issue is that Sarah only really has effective sightlines on a couple of positions, and Super Young roster, they're not going to step into them again.
Yeah, I mean, this happened before, and I was wondering if it was happening again, and it did. Alendo this time much closer, but doesn't really matter too much considering Super Young roster's already taken a knock. You've got the Kachunka in the hands of Ali. Basically, I'm getting very similar vibes to day one. It's pretty much the exact same thing going down in this case. The only difference is Alendo's no longer on the cliffside and has come into closer range much sooner, because I think they were expecting this. But Super Young roster losing a player early on like this, not ideal. I think both teams kind of ripped each other apart that last time. In the meantime, RESQ taking a fight versus Eastern Stars. Yeah, down to 61 players already. Eastern Stars, you can see they're up in the top of your screen. Second place, 163 points. And like the boys on the desk saying, big drop-off down to third by about 30 points total.
Yes.
Okay. Right then. Well, that has gone wrong.
That's
so
not...
we'll have to...
That is not supposed to happen. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to happen. If my experience in PUBG Mobile has taught me anything. But that's probably quite good news for Super Young roster to be able to think, you know what? Let's not go to Ruins this time. Maybe we'll just not. We'll go somewhere else trying to figure something else out. It's a chance. It's a chance, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Super Young roster, I don't go there again. Like, I've been losing players left, right, and center over in Ruins. And to be honest with you, I know the Romanian Men are just going to take it up again. Like, I don't know. It's rough. And I think Romanian Men taking the high ground in Ruins tends to work out well for them. Before, it didn't work out so well because they were left high and dry on the top side after they lost a player first. I would just not do it, if I was one of those. Maybe we won't see anyone in Ruins, actually. That would be the best turnout for after this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would certainly be interesting, right? Where else are they going to go? Where else are they going to challenge coming through? Don't know why the lobby had to be restarted, but it will have to be moving into this Sanhok game. Thinking about, you know, where a lot of those teams were dropping, it looked very, very spread out, right, over a lot of that island, and in general, that's kind of what you expect to see. I was surprised to see so many teams actually going so close to one another. I think we had about 3 to 4 essentially hot drops at the start of that game.
Yeah, I'm fighting a sneeze right now,
Okay,
dude.
go
I'm
for
sorry.
it. Go for it.
Yeah, no,
Go for it,
I'm not
man.
going for that sneeze. Like,
It's
I
the
am
Sanhok
battling
sneeze.
it. Woo!
Bring it out. Bring it out to play. Oh, you passed it.
I'm winning. I'm winning this battle. I've not quite won the battle, but ooh, keep going.
Oh, is it coming back? Blank's
going
really
back.
fighting. He's folding the lips in. He's folding the lips in to try and stop it from coming out. He's fighting. Oh, who's that? He's giving the fringe a little bobber around as he is seemingly over the hump. A little bit of a swab on the nose there to try and move the itch, but it's not going away, is it? It's coming back. Look at that face.
No, stop it. Stop
Look
it.
at that face.
It was just leaving.
Sneeze. Do it.
I
Sneeze.
refuse. I refuse to sneeze.
Sneeze right now. Do it. Oh, you know what?
Ooh.
I respect the hustle.
I think I've survived.
Do you think?
That was good sneezing commentary right there, John. I appreciate that. Yeah, the players were all over the place on so it was very spread out. I think the one little hot drop we had was your boy Super Young Roster versus for Romanian Men. That didn't go too well for them, but I think realistically, again, like I said, I don't know if either of those teams are going to drop into there anymore. So that would be my favorite result out of this, to be honest with you. But Big, I think that they are probably the most dominant team on Sanhok at the moment in terms of like actual team fighting capability. I think we've seen a lot of other teams like start to incorporate the Nigma Galaxy strat of the heal off. You know, you were talking about Addis from FTY. Makes sense. You know, you get some typical points there. But I will still say that Big at the top when it comes to, you know, actually just playing the game like the way it's meant to be played, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, it's seemingly going swimmingly. Oh, is it back? I can see you. I can see you. You can't fool me. I can see as soon as it's a certain face you make, you just go. I know it's serious.
Yeah, it's. I don't know why it will leave me alone. It's, like,
it's a problem. Just go for the sneeze. Do it.
It's a real
Just do it.
tickler.
Why don't you?
I
Just
can't
do it,
now. I'm like on the
There's too much
brink. I'm
pressure.
on the edge.
There's
yeah.
too much pressure. That's fair.
Too many people are watching, so I can't. Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. It happens. It happens to the best of us. I'll get it out of you by the end of it. By the end of the game.
No, you won't.
I'm pretty sure I will.
Okay. Fair enough, mate. If you hear like if you hear a terrible noise during the broadcast, don't worry, it's just me. it's not on your end.
It's easy. Just blame it on the cat. You know, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
They're like, oh no, Sydney, what you doing?
Yeah. Sydney does sneeze from time to time. Anyway, enough about my cat. What the hell, man? I mean, if we're talking about pause, we're still on the big mindset, right? With the big pause in the logo, and we get practically the same playing path, just on the other side of the map. This was originally on the eastern side, now it's on the western side. So this kind of feels like Sanhok's like, ooh, tricked you, you know? But it's not that much. It's not that much tricking going on. This time, though, we will get to see where the two guys from Super Young Roster and also for Romanian Men go to. Game Lord also still in the ship, but, you know, they'll be heading up towards that north side of the map, right? Heading out of the plane, or the ship, as I just called it. I mean, I don't... Also, this is really starting out, like, terribly with the sneeze. I think the sneeze has really thrown me off.
It's all right. You'll go back to it. But look at this. Look at the drops. On top of the ruins, what are we seeing here? For Romanian Men, just a touch southwest there. Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch. You know, it's no. I mean, this is actually brilliant because this has worked out in our favor massively. We've had the northwest, then we've had the northeast, we had the southeast, and we also had the southwest. So we've been everywhere. So this is really good. Looking at this map, though, I'm just reading a little message from Kalaris, and it specifically says here, don't say I said it if you say this. So I'm not going to say it at all, actually. But he was just explaining about how, you know, this ruins drop is a good drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
when someone says don't say it, I'm like, I have to say it now.
We've got to say it, right? We've got to.
Yeah.
That's also not what he said. You know what? I'm just going to.
I paraphrase. Yeah. Do you want to read it out?
The James Kilaris Carroll has said to us,
colon.
He said,
open quotation mark.
The split drop to the west/south of ruins is a totally good drop spot, and in all caps, potentially gives you the opportunity to hold ruins teams from transitioning. Okay, that's what that says. I said I had train spotting in my head, and then open brackets. Don't say I said it if you say this. Close brackets.
Close brackets. Yeah. And then there's just 3 elephants afterwards. Not sure what those emojis were there for, but we'll take them anyway. You know, respect. I think it might be in the in relation to the elephant statue. Of course, it all makes sense. We're just really, today we are just lining up those red dots easily. So good from me and you, John. I think we've perfectly handled the start of this game. Game Lord here. Game Lord on a mega split. Now, we've seen this kind of split before from the Infinity. You know, taking a load of control on that northern side has worked out well before for other teams. I think when it starts to no longer work out so well, is when teams push up further towards the north side, right? That's when issues start to occur. But if you can comfortably hold this down all to yourself, it gives you so much control of the map. And I think when you look at PMGC, there's more teams that head up towards Mong Nai and the eastern side of that map towards Camp Bravo. So I think that right now, Game Lord's in a really good spot. They are, on the other hand, moving in towards a position where one of the players from Clear Vision is playing. So we'll see how that turns out. Right now, I imagine he is just playing the silent approach.
But will it be deadly? That's the question.
No. There's one player.
I mean,
there's like 3 of them.
So they're taking the Penta strategy of just being silent and not being deadly, just doing nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I like
You're hitting a double whammy at least. So
Absolutely.
There you go.
That's fair.
Thank you. I think looking at the rest of this map, though, I don't think we're going to see too much major transitions until maybe phase 2 at the moment, because it does encompass a lot of the map, and the guys in the Northwest Island, they're completely chilled out. I mean, Big, maybe going to scout towards East, see what they're doing, what they're playing at. Eastern Stars, on the other hand, they're just going to keep looting up Hatin and then the compounds towards the south side. Capohala and Swave are going to meet up, though, you know, for a cheeky little picnic on that northern coast. Hopefully it's not. It is friendly and it's not too aggressive.
You see,
there we go.
I don't see that happening, though. That's the thing. Capohala will remove himself from the ant-ridden picnic there. Don't want to be getting bitten anytime soon. Big.
Yeah, I like that.
Push them back. And they're going to have to leave this Northwestern Island, so you don't need to fight for this territory.
Exactly. That was quite sweet, though. Like, both of these guys are both making the exact same scouting route. Swave does take the damage, but Capohala and Swave both leave. And they're like, well, Eastern Stars are up there. And the Eastern Stars are like, bigger are down there. So it's a mutual thing going on between these two teams. But like you said, they just need to loot up. Like, eventually they're going to leave. This is why I say things aren't going to really happen until phase 2, phase 3, because so much of this area is easy to get into. Like, it's not hard, and most teams are already in. Like I said, there's hardly any teams in Mong Nai or in these northern compounds, practically all held by Game Lord at this point in time. They've got so long to loot up here, John.
Penta moving as a ball in central circle areas as well. They're just going to get up to the top of this hillside. Looks like they're fairly well looted here. Should be pretty cushy for the time being. Going forwards, they'll be just about all right. Looking at where those drops over, just checking in with that Super Young roster for Romanian Men drop. For Romanian Men went for that drop that Kalaris specifically advised us about, and did go for that Western drop, but they haven't really spread around to try and guard out the exit of the Ruins players, right? So they haven't really leveraged that position in maybe the best sense of it. And Super Young roster have taken advantage of that lack of presence. They've moved a little bit further southeast now into the circle.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult though if you're for Romanian Men because the game's already given away at this point. It's like, well, they've not dropped in ruins. I wonder where they could be. So yeah, I think the for Romanian Men not making too much noise here is probably the smart and safe choice because this way Super roster might not expect them later in the game. FTY on the other hand, they're over towards the caves. Goodness me, Shinyo, you're so close to the edge there. You're making me nervous. You're making me nervous. Stop it.
God, the worst. Do you know, this is a little bit of a tangent. The worst thing about being on like a high up ledge, like on the side of, like on a balcony of a building or something, if you're leaning over for me, is the feeling that my glasses are going to fall off, right? If I lean over and look down, I'm like, I'm holding onto my glasses the whole time. I don't know why, but that's like the worst part. Yeah, if I don't have my glasses on, I'm absolutely fine.
All I'm imagining is just you buckling at the waist with both hands on your glasses, so like you're not even holding on to anything.
Yeah,
you've just got like your toesies just locked into the ground at that point in time.
Absolutely, like I'm holding on, I'm looking like Michael Jackson, just both hands on my glasses, smooth criminal over the edge.
Yeah, perfect.
Having a look.
You look good.
But I just hate
people would take photos
and
be like, he's modeling.
What's going on?
Yeah, he's not holding it. That's a model.
Who
right
is
there.
that man? And what's the mirror all about? What's going on?
Yeah. Is that what you take around with you? A mirror ball. You don't need a mirror ball here on. Well, actually, you might need a mirror ball here on Sanhok because you do always need to watch your back. Sorry?
Man in the mirror. Come on, Michael Jackson.
I don't like Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well,
not my cup of tea.
At least you don't like Coldplay.
Max. Anyway, looking at the game, Penta, very, very central spot at the moment. Clear vision off towards that north side. Luckily for Samo from Clear Vision, he was silent and not deadly, and that has ultimately saved his life. He's on the north side of boot camp. The guys from GameLord weren't able to spot him. I'm just checking out the player count on GameLord, and it is still indeed 4. They're right on this northern side still. I mean, they're just taking all the loot. Please not Enigma Galaxy Strap GameLord. You don't have to do that. I'm not bothered about this, honestly.
Well, if it isn't Penta dying.
Yeah. I don't want to be cruel, that's the thing. But this team just doesn't really do too much.
Yeah.
It's like that meme, it's like poking. Do something, please. Like, where are these nades going?
I mean, generally in the direction. At least they go in the right direction.
In the general direction.
Right? At least they go in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, they only lose 1 for their sins here. And they do have a central-ish position as the shift goes further south towards the cave and FTY.
They're retreating into the circle. It's tactical. Anyway, I would like to not watch this team anymore. So if we can switch to a different team, that would be fantastic. Unicorn to Love on the west side of the quarry. West-east problem there. The west side of the quarry at the moment is actually a really good spot. I like this area because, it gives you free reign over the majority of teams coming in from that southwest side, which is beautiful stuff. Unicorn to Love starting to impress me a lot more, and I'm almost rooting for them at this point because I do think that improvement is always something that makes me extremely happy, and I do see consistent improvement from Unicorns of Love, and they've been one of the main contenders in a lot of these late game circles. So I honestly, this is a team to watch for me now. This is definitely a team to watch.
Certainly is finding their feet here. Or their hooves, because they're unicorns.
Yeah, that's true.
Getting into this tournament. Thank you very much. I will be...
Do you think they high horn?
I will be telling my mother about that one.
Did you get it? Did you get my joke?
I was not listening. I was too busy trying to say what I wanted to say instead.
You're just a typical narcissist.
Absolutely. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I was saying, do you think they high horn instead of high five?
That's ridiculous. I'm glad I didn't listen to that the first time.
Oh my god.
It's just never have happened, really, if we're honest.
Well, we'll factory reset on that joke, and perhaps I'll come up with something better later. Speaking of later, we are in that phase 2, and this is where I said things would start to get a little bit dicey for a lot of these teams. Shockwave coming in from that northeast side, Real Tigers 9 also making their way in. I feel like Shockwaves and Real Tigers 9 typically do take fights with one another quite frequently, actually, and they're the messiest fights. They're probably one of my favorite fights to watch between teams is Real Tigers 9 and Shockwave, because the fight just becomes so chaotic so quickly. Sadly, though, Real Tigers 9 have careened directly past Shockwave, looking for a better position around Quarry. All these teams just looking for a little bit of a perch by the side of Quarry, it seems.
Difficult terrain to move around. And I mean, if you're controlling one of these flanks, you know a lot of teams are going to be passing you. So I suppose you feel like maybe you can pick up some elimination points. It's also harder to sneak up on those positions than it is on those hillsides, right? It's a little bit harder to cross that ground around the buildings, and it gives you a little bit more safety. I still would favor a team like FTY who are further south on those hillsides, and actually super young roster who managed to make that leave departure from Ruins, cross the bridge to the south of Painan, and now have a little outpost. I think that's in a couple of buildings on the roadside, but they're a little bit closer to those hills and more easily accessible.
Yeah, another team that I've been keeping a close eye on, Game Lord, still. You know, they have done the typical strat if you're a northern team and there's no other northern teams, which is literally loot everything on the northern coast. So I'd be very curious to see what their handbags look like, because I can imagine there's going to be first aid kits and ammo galore stuffed in there.
The Eastern Stars, look at the top there. They're still up there in R10. What's that about? What's going on?
There's a heel strat coming in right there. That's what that is.
I mean, they played Blue Zone.
That feels like a heel strat, right?
They played Blue Zone in the last game, right? They played it super late and deep into the game. So maybe they are going to try and sail in late. But I think you might be right. It is Sanhok. Heel strats. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe. I do like, again, what I was saying about Game Lord is that now they've moved down to on the eastern coast and they can kind of play edge now. But they are relegated to edge, which is the issue. And then imagine right now, in typical Game Lord fashion, it's most likely going to be a northern push and try and get on that that northwest side. That would make the most sense to me. So we'll see if they do pull that off. XTEAM finally moving away from those roadsides, across the bridge, just underneath cave now. FTY still firmly up there, just careening around the edges of that little hole up top, which I really don't want them to fall down, because the caves are a scary place and you can't really get out of them too easily once you do fall in. It's one of those cases where if you drop in there, blue zone's on you, you are dead. You just have to heal.
Clear vision on the junction right now in a pretty dominant set of buildings. Not really too much further north than they are. And the fact that they've got that outpost forwards as well into the southeastern side of this circle means that I feel like they're going to be fairly secure moving forwards. It's certainly for the next phase, probably 2, to be able to stay alive fairly healthily, barring miracle attacks. And actually, to be fair, Game Lord might even push into their location because they started swinging up a little bit over the north.
Yeah, something I mentioned around about 20 seconds ago. Starts coming to effect. XTEAM, unfortunately, not finding success on this southern rotation. Will get taken down by a couple of players from super young roster. 4 Romanian Men still lagging a little bit behind after they made that southwest coastal drop. Still okay, though, and I think that they have also taken up the same idea of game law, which is a case of we're relegated to Eastern. We're relegated to edge play. Bloody hell, that was difficult to get out. Right. But we're relegated to edge play now, and that's fair enough. If that's the only thing you've got going for you, then you just have to play it and play it safely, and then hope that later on you can find a bit of ingress. It does become a little bit harder for 4 Romanian Men because there is a river to cross here.
And there's teams on the other side of it who are going to be waiting for that. I think hardest of which is going to be RESQ with those sight lines, and super young roster a little bit deeper in. So really no sanctuary to go to once you have managed to get that crossed. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. XTEAM spiking up from one of those locations. Again, another team that can slow down this crossing coming through from 4 Romanian Men. Eastern Stars, they are on the cusp of being in the zone now. They are fairly low. I wonder if Game Lord are going to hear those vehicles, if they're going to be worried about this northern side.
Actually.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, they've been taking shots. And I was a bit scared for Game Lord because I thought that Eastern Star was able to flank them, but Game Lord, again, with eyes in the back of their head. And it's really weird that they would even check the blue, but that just shows how diligent that they are, because who comes into the blue this late other than Game Lord, right? So they've been really, really cautious. I do respect that from Game Lord. So they've spotted out the guys from Eastern Stars. They will have to take this fight. Unfortunately, the circle moves further south, so it's going to have to be a quick fight. They want to get out of there. They will have to leave the compound, which leaves them basically open to the firing line of Eastern Stars.
Game Lord with the fight, and Kapahala absolutely tears the face off Spicy there. Flush comes through from Octavian. Robs looks to pop the nade in a little bit deeper, but not really going to do too much here. Both teams going to have to move pretty far, though. This is on the far north side of the circle. There was a shift down to the south, and the zone will start to close now. Game Lord trapped on the inside of this compound will have to leave. Eastern Stars have a couple more opportunities to move around the edges.
Just a few. But like we were saying before, I think we've both picked up on it now, which is a case of they're far from the circle, and they'll have to get a giddy up, to be honest with you, to get into this circle itself, because it's very, very far down towards that south side. Cave still within it, FTY there. Super Young roster with that compound, though, right on the edge of the river crossing, having a fantastic time for themselves. They're taking out players left, right, and center. FTY suddenly using that high ground to advantage, taking out players from Tongjiabao who are moving in from that south side, just underneath Cave.
Game Lord moving through. They crash straight into this side. And Shockwave in the fight. At the moment, Muni's down. Not really finding too much in response, but the damage is coming through. I think that's a third party from across the way. I think that might have been Penta. Novelo manages to move through in that buggy, wending his way through the barriers there, and Giants not actually going to slow that one down. Victor trapped at the bottom of the quarry here. Nightmare trying to move forward, silent as a mouse. Victor gets that flush. Shockwave falling apart on a 180, not quite able to hit that. It's too high on the elevation. Nightmare looks for the flush as well, but it's spoiled. Okay, across the way, Giants chime in.
This is you, Robs picked up that final player, so from Game Lord, really supporting this team, so it's very well played. And I'll agree with you, Giants just really aren't chiming into any of these fights so far. So although they have very commanding position up on that watchtower, they're really not capitalizing on that spot whatsoever. But I think that they're just making sure they stay in this circle as long as possible, considering they're right on this eastern edge. They don't want to make too many risky moves this early on into the game, and it is still early on into the game. You know, 45 players still alive, 14 teams still up and running. You know, you do have to be careful this. FTY though, they're a right streaker thing. Addis hits a massive nade over towards Real Tigers 9, and I believe that's the majority of the team now out. There's still some players on the floor, so FTY want to clear them out. Eastern Stars do find Octavian in that center, that compound. I think it's the last compound available, but I imagine he's going to be shunted out by one of these teams with more players on board.
I think almost all of the quarry teams have taken heavy hits here. Unicorns of Love, probably the only remnants, and they were in these sets of buildings before. They can start to move forwards, and now they're onto Octavian's position. If you take a look at that, Resnov falls down to Octavian's UMP. And he's going to look for more as well. Daddy, hang on a minute. He's managed to get that trade off, and that's Eastern Stars eliminated. It was tough coming in from that northern side. Both Game Lord and Eastern Stars have met. Well, not the end just yet, as Robs is still healing out in the quarry.
RT9. Yeah, he's down now. Game Lord out. RT9 look to take this fight with FTY, but you know, that fight from Unicorns of Love was something that is like, I think it was underappreciated. Well, you might not appreciate it for as much as it is, which is a case of like Unicorns of Love saw one player go in, but they didn't know if it was a full team or not. Regardless, they send over to that building and they're expecting a fight, and they still go for it because they know it's a winning spot in the circle. Tongjiabao still moving in, surprisingly after taking heavy hits over from FTY and Cave.
Oh, takes out the legs there from Nazgod, but there's trades coming through from across the way on FTY. Real Tigers 9 are out. 4 players standing for FTY. They have the guard on this crossing, and it's so hard to make motion here, to make anything happen, and it looks like you are just going to get spotted out. TJB have 1 player left. A little bit further up the hill, that's Lang Z still going. Doesn't really have too much to do there, and I imagine you're going to try and look for this heal. Unicorns of Love, 4 players on the north side, Giants with 2 on the east, and closest to the circle.
Super young roster with that extremely strong position on the southwest side were just cut to ribbons by the players from Clear Vision. So they're not feeling so good anymore. And I believe that's the last player now out from Super young roster. Unicorns of Love will have to leave that little compound they found on the northern side, but they still have some vehicles, so potential for cover, considering this is open ground ahead of them, just with a few trees to play around with. Clear Vision still going strong, though. 2 players down for XTEAM.
4 players rolling on the hillside for Clear Vision. There is one more further down, and they are just going to clear on out XTEAM on that western edge. They move forwards. They're going to have to contend with FTY closest. Unicorns are left to the north, and Giants are feeling the brunt of a lot of barrels pointed their way as well. Icy takes the worst end of the trade, goes down behind the rock.
I just said this on Accounts of Imperium, but it's very rare that you see 3-4 players at the end of a Miramar game, and even rarer to see it here on Sanhok. But that's quickly taken away from me as Unicorns of Love take a massive beating.
Clear Vision's finally slowed down just a little bit. FTY have been stalwart in their defense right now. They've held out positions very, very effectively, and they're going to continue to do so. Giants with 1 player on the off angle there. Resnov looking for the res onto Icy in the meantime, but Clear Vision's still not going to be able to get these reses. Samo, last standing for the squad, will be spotted out here, but are they going for the flushes? Are they going to be worried about Samo's position? They know he's there. FTY, they handle it, but at the cost of 2 knocks. This is going to slow things down. Unicorns can take control.
Yeah, this gives an opportunity for Unicorns to get back up on their feet, and with FTY outside, right on the edge of the blue, you know, this is really scary now as the blue is starting to move in. It's very doubtful, I think, for FTY to get any of these players up. Addis can't really heal. He's going to be taken down on his knee, and that fight there was so critical that it had to end early for FTY, and now it's looking like a Unicorns of Love game, specifically because they prioritize getting a position within the circle.
Langzy is healing there. You can see him on the forefront of your screens. I think he's out of meds. He's just looking for some shots to try and get someone down, but TJB out in 4th. Now it's just the 3 teams remaining close to the circle. Icy drops off some supplies there in the wings. Maybe waiting for a heal, or maybe just trying to get rid of that backpack. The vision a little bit better. Nox using any bit of cover that he can find. Another first aid for Ulysses, as I think this is going to be the end of Ulysses there. Resnov swings to the other side of the rock.
Yeah, this is very odd the way all these teams are playing. Nades are going over the top right now. Icy's just trying to send them as far as he can over towards Nox's side. That one looks at least a little closer, but not quite close enough.
Smoke's in there. 2 players for Unicorns, but Ulysses creeping the way out. Very little meds. Only a 1st level helmet as well. For Ulysses, for Giants. Are they worried about this angle? Do they know he's there? I don't think they do. Okay, finally they spot it. The arm comes over and they deal with it. 2 players still standing for Unicorns now against the 1 from FTY. Unicorns of Love, you said that you love to see how they've improved, and this would be an excellent mark of that progress. Icy, the new addition to the roster for the Unicorns of Love. And they are going to find Nox. They shut it down, and a chicken dinner on Sanhok.
That's a nice push out as well from IC. Just a quick, swift sidestep. Instantly spots the player and will bring him to his knees. So really, really well done to Unicorns of Love. Love that game overall. Western control in Quarry. Move out, take a couple of knocks, and then regroup, reassess the situation. This is that careful, structured play that I'm liking from Unicorns of Love so far. I mean, they're really taking time to think about what they want to do, how they want to approach things. And I don't think it's a case of like, you know, we were having polar opposites with Unicorns of Love where all the players would go down all at once. But at the moment, yes, you maybe have 3 players still left alive for Unicorns of Love, but they certainly can still put up numbers towards the end of the game, which is great to see, and I'm happy with it.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, they held on that Quarry side and they leveraged their position. Absolutely what you want to see. Only 6 eliminations though, and to be fair, I think that's indicative of being a team in that sort of position, right? They did play, I think, fairly well in those later circles. FTY really had control of them until they had to descend from that mountainside, right?
Yeah, I think FTY on that cave spot was really nice, but the fact they weren't able to finish Tongjia Bao came back to bite them because they weren't able to leave that compound as easily as they would have liked in the late game, specifically because Tongjia Bao came knocking. So it is one of those things where it's like you really do wish that you had sorted something out earlier. We're going to head to the round report next. Icy's going to be there. No, he's not. Oh my god. I really expected Icy to be there, but it's Hamodi from Clear Vision with highest damage of 682. And this is Sanhok numbers, right? I think 8 eliminations. Yeah, maybe it's not a lot for Sanhok, but if you can get that 15-pointer on Sanhok, it's really, really good. I think it's just a nice bumper to your points overall.
I think it was 6, wasn't it, for Unicorns of Love? I think it was only 6 eliminations. I think
it might have been only 6, but that's still fair play.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about just grabbing points wherever you can find them. And even if you're getting 21 points on a game, that's really pretty good. And Unicorns of Love, you know what? They take those. They absolutely do. Well, we're going to head to a short break and head back over to the Coldplay Enjoyer and his begrudging chums.
For you mostly, Pocus here, what type of expectations now do you have set up for yourself and the team coming into this new season of PMPL?
So we're expecting to be in the top 3. That's for sure. And we want to win this PMPL because the last first season we become really close, and we're expecting to be top 3, top 1. But as I say, we not really work hard to be top 1. So if we're not top 1, I guess I'm not gonna be disappointed because we didn't really work hard. So
okay. And do you have any maybe goals and ambitions for anything maybe further than PMPL, like maybe the European Championship or PMGC, like many?
Of course, all players have dream to play PMGC. So we're gonna try our best to play PMGC and put the Giants name in the top.
Okay. And before we do close off this interview, I also wanted to know what kind of preparations have you and the team of Giants Gaming went through to prepare a little bit better for this season compared to last one?
For this season, new season, we make some changes. As I say, like I'm gonna do like the IGL, and the Police is gonna be the free man because he's playing so good like alone. So that's the big change we did. And the change is we're practicing. We're trying to like fight a lot in the edge of zone, and when we have to go in the middle of the zone, we're just sending out and just trying to clean our side.
Okay, great to hear. We'll see if that's going to work out for you guys in the PMPL itself. But that's going to be it for me. Thanks so much, Pocus. But I want to give you a quick opportunity right now to maybe say something to the Giants Gaming fans out there that have been supporting you from last season, hopefully into this season once again. What would you say to all the fans out there?
I want to say thanks for the support and thanks for all message that I'm surviving in Instagram and the Instagram of the team. And keep supporting us. And I guess this season we're not disappointing you guys. And thanks a lot. I can say something in Spanish maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Muchas gracias a todos los fans de España y que nos están mirando también de Latinoamérica. Y pues seguir así dándonos esa fuerza en el chat y soportándonos diciendo, o sea, aunque sean mensajes de un corazón o de Giants corazón, eso nos viene en el corazón y muchas gracias.
All I can say to that is muy bien. Thank you so much, Pocus, for this interview, and best of luck going into the PMPL.
Thank you.
Well, you know what I gotta say? Muy bien. Unicorns of Love taking themselves a victory here on Sanhok. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, they won Sanhok on day 1. They won Sanhok on day 3 now. Not a bad record, actually, for them. Sorry, my notes are over on my right-hand side, hence why I'm looking over here. Not because I want to look away from Max, though he does look dashing today and is always riveting when having conversations with him. But gentlemen, Unicorns Love closed it out. Again, we saw some teams really focus on going for the healing strat. TJB, I mean, they could have gotten the zone early. The initial zones we saw, they played edge, and they could have continued to push, but no, they kept, was it Langzi out just to make sure he can heal up as much as possible and try to get him as many placement points as possible, which, to be fair, it worked out.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going back to the point where TJB have the impression the heal strat is their plan A. The first Sanhok game we saw of the entirety of the Super Weekend, it seemed like as a backup plan, but it seemed like they're just like, okay, we're going to do that every single time. We're not even going to try and go for the chicken dinner, which is unfortunate. I think that especially in a circle like this, they had a very clear shot to get into a good position early on, but they just didn't even try, which is, yeah, sad to see.
Riveting stuff. Let's take a look at the match standings here. And Claris, I'll let you go over what we do have in terms of points for these teams. And I mean, Giants, as you heard, Pocus hopes he makes his fans proud if they finish top 3. Well, you know, they had a fairly good game here and able to get some okay points, 13 for themselves. But FTY come out on top at 24.
Yeah, they've had a pretty damn decent day, haven't they, FTY? Especially with this, getting the eliminations that they were getting across the hillside that they had available to them was nice to see. I actually thought that aside from some of the potential backstabs that were coming along, I thought they were going to be victorious in this game, but not to be. Unicorns Love, they had themselves a decent little compound, and they were able to play from there. And, you know, when it comes to these kind of Sanhok games, you find yourself a relatively middle position. That's what we saw Unicorns Love do here, and they come out on top. I'm kind of on the same side as you, Max. These heal strategies being plan A for me, it's not for me. I'm not buying it. Like, you know, because it's not really going for the win, is it? It's not in true spirit.
And I think we saw that from
win.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
living to just heal, and not die.
And I don't think I like that, actually. But Unicorns of Love, I think, almost understood the spirit of the game, edge and trying to commit to the heal strat. They're just like, let me get into a really strong position. Let's just gatekeep everyone. They did that in the northern side. They did that in the trifecta on their first chicken dinner on Sanhok in day 1. It worked out great for them so far. So on this top page, it's not surprising to see Unicorns of Love because they're somewhat able to capitalize on where teams are currently lacking, which is trying to be aggressive in the late game and actually try and get those chicken dinner positions.
The crazy thing about it is, as well, is you look at like Big, TJB, I mean, even Game Lord to some extent, Eastern Stars, all of these teams that are big name teams that they know that actually, you know, to hedge their bets and play kind of the averages, that they're all coming in late and they're all probably packing a lot of meds, right? I mean, for some teams it goes okay, some teams it hasn't here. I don't, you know, these teams, if they come to the circle at a normal time, I think these teams can probably find themselves a decent spot and you know, play from there. But being Sanhok, sometimes that is just too risky, so that's why they're hedging their bets with the heals.
Yeah, it's such. Yeah, honestly, I feel like we could probably talk for quite a long time about this, whether it should be in the game, should be in the game, whether it's acceptable or not acceptable. But either way, the fact is we are still having Sanhok being played, and some teams have figured out the best way to get the most points possible on it consistently, which you can't really knock them whatsoever. No, Max, looking ahead here though, in this little segment we got going on, you said you wanted to talk about Clear Vision. Actually, you wanted to see kind of the numbers going on within Clear Vision in this last match because they were fragging out, you were saying.
Yeah, because you talked quite a bit recently about Clear Vision, how they improved going day per day right in this tournament for the Super Weekend, and I just want to see exactly how the stats have been going individually on their side and who's like the star player and who other players are maybe lacking. If it's a good distribution, it could be interesting, but what we can see right now, it is on that game a very good distribution. 4 eliminations for Homodi and Samo, 3 eliminations for Arapi and also Alking. everyone's doing their job and it's pretty consistent damage throughout. So I'm happy to see it's not just one player getting all the frags or two players doing all the frags. Like, it's the team as a whole stepping up, which makes me happy and keeps me hopeful that we can see Clear Vision continue on this initial launch as the days go on.
And they're playing Sanhok in kind of the find yourself that middle compound like we were talking about. And then once the circle shifted away from there, okay, it's crisis management time. Let's start moving through these hills in these kind of close combat environments. And then from there on out, see what we can get done. And eliminations wise, they're able to do it. Really, really nice points coming in for them.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a team that's just going to continue to get better. I feel like the first couple of days, you know, they weren't terrible. They weren't great. I feel like maybe we overhyped them at some points when we saw them fairly early on. But they've just, I don't know, Hamodi on the team has been really a staple for them. They've been continue to play around him, and we can see as you know, his other two players or three players able to kind of keep up in terms of damage and eliminations. It makes them a very formidable team. And as we talked about, like, we have our staples in Western Europe and PMPL. You have your Game Lords, your Houston Stars, your big. You know, maybe this could become a new staple considering they're able to challenge out against the likes of them so often.
Yeah, and being a team that doesn't have that much experience in, well, that actually doesn't have any experience in PMPL Western Europe, right? It's great to see them actually do this good of a result this early on in their PMPL Western Europe adventure. So as I keep saying, right, this team that I think the more time you give them, the better they can get. Is this a team that's going to make it into the championship and perform there? Maybe not, but you know what? Still got more seasons. We've got the full split at the end of this year, so if they come back into that one, they're a big shot, big performance at the end.
All right, well, we do have Erangel coming up next, so we actually wanted to maybe take a look at like the average stats when it comes to this map within some teams. And you would assume, you know, looking at this or thinking before you see the graphic, oh, you know, Game Lord should be extremely high, which to be fair, they are. But the surprising factor to me is that TJB, to see them so consistently able to get this much damage in, but still not be able to pick up a chicken dinner or get these like really high consistent placings is really interesting.
That's actually monstrous damage if you consider what those other teams have done here on this battleground. But yeah, I still wish we're still in that mode of like TJB is still coasting, kind of still middle of the road. When are we going to get that victory coming in here for TJB? I will say that some of their moves towards circles have been a bit slower than I was expecting from them compared to when you know, they were Panda, I think, especially during truly their glory days of GK First Handling and those guys. So yeah, we'll see.
I think the word you use, Jason, describes really well what TGB are going through right now. They're just cruising through. They're not getting super good results. They're not getting any really bad results per se. They're just getting a decent average amount of points every single game, and it's just enough to allow them to make it into the top 16, because at the end of the day, you want to make it top 16. But I think someone needs to remind you that every chicken is worth $1,000, right? I think that's something that's worth mentioning. I think TJB might have... we'll see if they can try and get a few chicken dinners, hopefully today and in the days to come.
I wonder at what point do we stop saying they're cruising and it's just kind of this is their peak now. I mean, we have to keep in mind it is a little bit of a different roster, right?
The thing is that when you look at those numbers, it's just damage. It's clearly damage for damage's sake, almost not like intentional damage in order to be able to get the knock and then the elimination, right? Other teams have done less damage but got themselves more elimination. So you might be able to shoot at things, but unless you can follow up on some of that damage, that's why I think cruising, because you can just shoot at things and not have a plan after it.
Yeah. All right, well, I believe it is time to head to our commentators. As you can see, the next map is going to kick off in about 4 seconds time. So let's head over to Blink and Imperium to round out the day.
I'm muted. Okay. I'm unmuted. It's fine. No problems. We're back in business here. Obviously, the guys on the desk just breaking down a fair few things there. Unicorns of Love, taking a central position. Do we like Sanhok healing? Do we not like Sanhok healing? Many things to break down the Imperium, but we are heading over to Erangel now, where we have seen Game Lord currently have a lot of success on this map with a lot of cheeky little rotations. But there are other teams now starting to work their way up towards the top of the tables.
I've been so impressed with FTY today. They've had 21, 9, 13, and 24, 67 points in 4 games. The reason there's a couple of reasons why I want to highlight them in a big way. One, because I don't know how much they're going to be able to keep it up throughout the 3 weeks, right? Whereas we have a bit more confidence in the likes of Game Lord being able to show themselves up once again. But also, I've seen this team and this org grow heavily over the last year and a half, and they fought hard to earn this PMPL spot. It's their very first PMPL. They're representing a little bit of a lesser known region, and I just know that they're not taking this for granted, and to see these performances come out, the level of aggression, the level of control that they've stepped up in a big way. It's a shame they haven't gotten a chicken dinner. They had that one game, but you can't deny that it has, once again, I said this to John about them, they've stepped up big time.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the tournament, they've been doing fairly well. I mean, putting up numbers here and there is always nice to see. I mean, like, what I look at the most from FTY is that there are some moments where, like I said, there are some big step-ups, and it's a case where they're winning these fights versus, like, quite difficult teams. I don't think they're quite there yet, right at the top of the big boys. But like you said, yeah, there's been some good improvement from this team, and I'd like to see more from them. Just holding that cave side of the map on Sanhok was looking fairly nice to me, and taking a second place at Sanhok is no easy feat, to be honest with you, especially when you're not playing the Sanhok strat, where you're just healing off. They were just playing it for eliminations. There's just some mistakes here and there which have maybe been made, but that's all just a case of getting used to the game, what you actually have to do in those situations. For instance, the PUBGMOBILE push, where it's like, you can't really leave a team out in the open, and if you do, you need to relocate. You can't just stick around there, because they are going to come back at some point and cause you issues.
Exactly, and then the push on the clear vision, although I think it was very quickly reacted, it was maybe just a tiny bit tunnel visioned. They definitely got caught out in the moment, and it's just tiny little things that they can VOD review. Of course, we also don't know exactly what their comms are like, so maybe there's a potential small issue with comms. Either way, they know where they can go from here leading into the second week of league play. But the playing path is upon us for this final game of the day, Blank, and I'm looking for something big to end the first Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I'm looking for somewhere big as well, to be honest with you. I want to see one of those XTEAM game performances where you get those 24 limbs coming through. That would be hecka nice to see. But we are having our circle, not quite popping yet, but the plane down from Milta Power all the way up to South George. So very, very kind. I think this is one of our kindest Erangel plane paths in quite some time, actually, to be honest. We've seen some quite awkward ones, but this allows everyone to get exactly where they need to go, and we should have a pretty fair start to this game.
And I'm hoping phase one will be just as complimentary. We saw in the last Erangel game, there's a military island finish, and not gonna lie, I was pretty disappointed with how teams dealt with that. So I would like to see something a little bit nicer of a phase one circle, so it allows us to maybe be a little bit more pleased with how teams rotate throughout these circles in this final game of the day. Pretty standard stuff. Unicorns of Love going to Lipovka, Eastern Stars going to Milta Power, Penta, Swat 69. They're going to shift their way down towards the military island play, while Shockwave, they're heading towards Zarki, baby.
Absolutely, straight away up to Zarki, no problems there. I mean, fair enough, Thomas. That's where they want to drop. That's where they're going to drop. Circle heads towards the western side of the map, though, so TJB are going to be pretty happy about this one. You did mention this a day ago or so, where it was like the splits on Erangel a little bit weird. I think they need to be controlled slightly more, because losing these members early on is something that's happened quite frequently to TJB at this point in time. And I don't know if it's something to do with you know, miscommunication or just too far from one another to help out. But there are a lot of teams that drop around here. Super young roster for Romanian Men, Giants off the distance towards Pachinki. Like, you've got to be careful. And I think that this is a much more reasonable split they're playing with Langex obviously down towards that southwest side, but at least 3 players in the hot zone are close enough to one another to at least provide support.
You're also going to have teams coming in from the north as well, Blank, right? The RESQ down in South George, Shockwave, then Big possibly, and I'd imagine even Game Lord will swing in from the northern side of the river, so you're dead right about TJB. The desk were talking about them, and yes, although I understand and overall agree with their point of view in terms of cruising, I also think there's an underlying high level of practice from TJB in terms of Nova-esque, let's see if this playstyle works. I would really like to think that we're not going to see all of this kind of play style leading into the finals, for example. I can see why it could be the case, but I do think TJB have this underlying element of we're preparing, we're training, we're testing, we're using these Super Weekend days to really understand how we want to play leading into the finals.
Okay, I mean, that's quite interesting. Let's explore that, because I'm just curious what makes you say that. Like, where do you see this practice coming in? Is it the idea that what rotations are they exploring? Is that the type of thing you're trying to pick out here?
Rotations and heavy splits. I think there could be a little bit more aggression around those heavy splits, but I think there is definitely that we're going to pick apart these splits and we're really going to try and grab information outside of VOD reviews of how these teams are leading it around us, are leading themselves into the circles, how they're pathing in and how they're reacting to how we play. Because there's been a couple of games throughout the first Super Weekend and League days where they've pulled out the previous Panda-esque style of actually countering how other teams rotate by, as a team, rotating around them and then controlling the later circles. We've seen shades of that, and I think they will pull it out the further we get into PMPL and again leading into the finals.
Yeah, potentially. I think that could definitely be a thing that's on the cards for TJB. Right now, though, to me, they're still very quiet. And we'll see if that is something that comes up later on in the tournament, maybe the finals, but not something we can confirm right now, sadly. But it'd be good to hear from this team. I don't know if they do an interview in the future with us, but that would be something we'd be very curious to listen to. Game Lord Neverhands over towards Yasnaya as per usual, and Unicorns of Love. I think that this game will be a very, very nice game for them to end up with a top 5 placing, because then today will have been a real standout for the Unicorns of Love, and something that they can confidently say was not a fluke performance from them. This is just them being very consistent throughout the day, which will excite me, to be honest with you. Big, on the other hand, I have been, they're a weird team in the sense that, I know that they're good, and I know that they're putting up points, but there doesn't really seem to be that same factor that I have a feeling about Unicorns of Love, where it's like, wow, this feels nice, or this feels consistent, or this feels smart. But they're right there at the top of your screen in 4th place, 138 points. So they're by no means one of the bad teams in this lobby whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm with you on that about Big. I'm going to have to speak to Mihi and maybe try and understand more what's the reason behind, essentially, I don't want to say the word disappointing, but just confusing results and confusing movements into some of these circles, into some of these games. So I'm with you on that one. For the time being, Penta still yet to move away from Military Island across the Western Bridge. Bit of an opportunity for them to get ahead of the likes of FTY, Giants, Royal Tigers 9, who are moving in from the eastern side of this phase 1 for Romanian Men, looking to set themselves up a little bit outside of Chop 6, overlooking the Gaka area, and TJB have a 2-2 split.
Yeah, this is much nicer from TJB. Still a little bit out of the way for my liking, but I think this kind of split this early in the game is absolutely fair play. So they can go for this if they want to. Super Young roster team that I've got my eye on this game, because I think that there have been, shades of greatness coming through from this team today, just not quite transferred into their late game. I think that realistically, their actual fragging ability is very good. And they're holding down some really good rotations, holding down some big teams like Big as well, which to me is a real shout in the right direction for Super Young roster. Still not quite right up there at the top of the tables, so I'd like to see a little bit more out of this team. So that's been with me in terms of their volatility, but honestly, I think this is a team that we can wait on come Super Weekend 2, Super Weekend 3. Currently 96 points in 10th place, fairly decent scoring for their first Super Weekend. If they can end it in triple digits, I'd be happy with that if I was them.
Shots being fired up by XTEAM Sex, picks up a knock on the Phoenix of SWAT 69. I understand why SWAT 69 wanted to move across the Eastern Bridge, but I think And maybe it's because it's gone against them, but I think there was always going to be that risk doing it in the time frame they did. If you're going to pull that off, it should be super early into the phase 1 blue zone closing in, or basically at the very end / phase 2. The time that they did it between kind of halfway through the blue zone, there's just too much of a percentage risk that there's a team still lingering around that area, especially because they should know by now the X team dropping Milta.
Yeah, and I think Milta for XTEAM hasn't really been somewhere they've been leaving to go down towards this eastern bridge very often. They've been most of the time just moving up towards that northeast side of the map to rotate in. But I think after that Sosnovka game, I think XTEAM's realized that there are some very easy points to be taken on that eastern bridge, and they can make the lives of FTY much harder. And by making the lives of FTY much harder, means that their rotational path isn't as congested anymore, because I think XTEAM has been having difficulties with FTY getting in their way a fair few times. So
Yes.
this is a great option for XTEAM to start doing this from now on. And if FTY can't even really, I mean, if SWAT 69 can't really deal with that at all, then perfect. This is great news for them.
Phase 2 shifts surprisingly up north quite heavily, more than I expected at least. Opens up Everest for Big to control. Too tricky part of the map to lock down. We've seen Big being punished by the likes of Eastern Stars in that area previously. FTY with a bit of a split now on the southeastern side of the circle. They're overlooking the likes of Giants, and I know Giants have switched up their IGL in terms of Pocus is now IGLing, and I have alluded to it in a couple of previous games. Not only do I generally find it a little bit weird because I regard Pocus as a very strong fragger, but I also think, at least in Erangel, he's getting the timings of the rotations wrong. Dropping in Pachinki on most circles will always give you a quicker / easier pathing line into circles. And I don't think Giants are really taking full advantage of it. In the past, they've had issues. I was hoping with the new IGL it might change, but if anything, I think it's gotten a bit worse.
Yeah, I think Pachinki is, like you said, that amazing spot in the map where you have free reign over most areas that Soak goes to. And I think if you are looking at a high-level tournament, like a very, very high-level tournament, if you have a team that claims Pachinki, and let's remember, most tournaments we see like that, Pachinki is claimed by 2 teams who separate it in 2 and then hold it off for a long, long time. Those 2 teams, or 1 team that controls Pachinki, with this kind of circle, would have been at compounds underneath Everest by now. That would have been the position that you instantly send for, because you get your loot off so quick. So yeah, I would completely agree with Imperium. It does seem a bit off to me that this is now when Giants are rotating out, and it's even more off that Unicorns of Love are currently ahead of them in the pathing, and this is the team that drops most east over towards Lipovka.
Speaks for itself, right? We, you know, sometimes, and I know sometimes it can be easy for us to say that in the moment because we have overarching view, but simple VOD reviews for these teams will be able to tell them that Big have a massive spread on top of Everest, holding down the central part. There is a lot of risks around that because I still think teams can breach on either the east or the western side. Might be a bit late into phase 2, so they could feel a little bit more comfortable. FTY reposition, they've gone a little bit deeper into this phase 2, closer to Gaka region. Much like the first Erangel game of the day, Chopsticks is a pretty core part of this circle.
Chopsticks always a huge position, right? It just gives you a lot of ability just to chill, essentially, right? You don't have to do too much. Gives you a lot of cover. You are big chilling in the Chopsticks. You can weigh out the game for a long time over there. I think the coolest part about Chopsticks, though, is that recent change, or less recent at this point in time, where you have the bend that's now connected between, which means that 2 teams can effectively battle for that location. It's no longer a case of just 2 teams lobbing grenades over the top as best they can and see if they can hit a 6-pointer. But now we get that circle that moves it towards the northwest side. Shockwave extremely happy with this one. Super Young roster also in a good position from Primorsk. Davian takes a little bit of a hit there from XTEAM, but already Jahi taken very low and needs to start looking to crest this ridge.
I would really prefer to see Eastern Stars disengage away from this based off the circle shift. They've opened a knock on the Psyox. Kapahala with a great flank position, but in my opinion, you don't need to use this position to massively engage. You can use it to essentially disengage and reposition. But it seems like they're looking for Athis is going to use this boogie, try and grab that free information. Beg for Mercy is under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, right now, Kapahala is causing a huge amount of problems, and maybe it was a good idea to disengage, but with Kapahala in the back here, and X-Team with no real response to that off angle, I think Eastern Stars can push the issue right now, and then move in, because if you get rid of this team, again, you're decongesting your group going in. It's no longer as difficult. Another knock comes through, just Beg for Mercy remaining. Unfortunately, they do take one knock and one flush in Athis, but Octavian's moving into the smoke, and quickly finishes off the final player of Beg for Mercy, leaving X-Team in the dust. Now, Eastern Stars can move in as a trio. It is unfortunate they lose Athis in the process, but this will make their life much easier going into those final 10 minutes of the game.
Superman punch followed by spear from Octavian as they hedge their bets on towards the engagement against X-Team. The blue zone of phase 3 is starting to close in. RESQ have a interesting split between a compound down south of Everest and Radio Tower. I think there's a lot of risks to that. Well, Shockwave, they once again go down at the hands of Super Young Roster on the western side of the map. It feels like with Shockwave Blank, they're either 0 or 100 when it comes to being aggressive. They can't seem to find that middle ground of control and aggression.
I just don't think they have the gunfighting, to be honest with you. I think those fights, like Super Young Roster just kind of blew them apart. Like, when you're all going down in a matter of seconds, that is always the worst thing that can happen to you, because you really haven't put up any fight whatsoever. Real Tiger 9, though, completely obliterated Unicorns of Love on their approach to that compound, which is a very, very strong position, to say the least. But I don't think Unicorns of Love expected the kind of resistance coming out from Real Tigers 9, and being outside the compound there, on the ridge sides, on the slopes, it's very difficult to play from. Unfortunately, Unicorns of Love, though, they will not have a strong finish at the end of the day. Circle, disgusting, on the fields, clear vision, will have a nice spot over towards that southern side where they can control the roads. But right now, Game Law's looking to remove themselves from this fight once again.
They do open the knock on the Tam Tam. They're going to look to confirm it at least and then move away. But in the meantime, Super Young Roster have done the best job of just moving away, with Orlando, the last player standing, I believe, from his side. Nobody so far is on the northern half of the circle. They're all committing to the south, where there's a couple more dips in play. The last player, Super Young Roster, is going to face the might of Giants.
Yeah, Giants coming through on the southern side of the map. It's not too bad for them. They actually don't have many teams around them. And you really don't want to be playing out on that northern side. Super Young Roster no longer in the game, out of the lobby, to the hands of Giants. But yeah, those fields are so dangerous. That's a spot where you don't really have anywhere else to go. Real Tigers 9, I think that they should have really got to move on a lot earlier, but they're still in that compound towards the bottom of Everest, very reluctant to leave their safe little spot, but they've got to move into this circle now. Penta, surprisingly, still in this circle, still in this zone, moving up from Sosnovka military base.
I think Penta are slightly learning from their mistakes, because I think one thing that they've also done in the past, unfortunately in a bad way, and it's something that a lot of teams can do, but Penta made it so much more obvious, is they would move away from a circle where they're still inside it on a shift, but they would presume that because the circle shifted, they have to move away from their position. And I've noticed in a couple of games today, they've actually stuck to where they are, even if it's not in the dead center. So a little bit of a compliment towards Penta in this final game.
Absolutely. I think that getting here in of itself is good news for Penta, and anything's really an improvement at this point in time. Clear vision, trying to hold on to their position down towards this roadside. Very nice little compound to play around with. Unfortunately, it's not elevated, so you can be spotted from this position where 4 Romanian men are currently playing from. Still at 4 players total. A lot of teams still up and kicking in this game. We've got 41 alive and 11 teams still remaining at a total of 18 minutes, which is sometimes, I would say, quite unlikely at this stage in the game.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with how some of these games have been going, where they've been picked apart. Real Tigers 9, they're going to get a little bit baited by TJB. They get the knock, but they have to heal up. Lang Z is inside the truck. LXX is in the building above. You see Lin pushing behind a rock. They are split apart, but they should be able to use this to their advantage.
I like this play from Lang Z. Unfortunately, Lin's just there, not there to back up. Best thing for Lang Z to do right now is to just not get eliminated. Great knocks coming through still on either side. GK first would love to pick up his boy at this point in time. Will find the final player, but this blue zone is ticking hard. And Tongji Bao go down there alongside Real Tigers 9. I think that fight was well set up, but they just didn't have the time to pull it off with the speed at which the blue was coming in. Already down to 33 players in the blink of an eye here, Imperium. Big still up with a very, very nice spot over on that northeast side. Unfortunately, the blue is right at their backs and the circle is not with them.
There was a bit of a third party from Penta, by the way, so I want to give TJB just a tiny bit of a pass, but I also think they left a little bit too late to set up that defense against Real Tigers 9. You highlighted that Real Tigers 9 was somewhat slow to move away from their position. That should have given ample opportunity for TJB to set up a much stronger defense and stop themselves from potentially getting third party from Penta. But either way, SWAT 69 in the dead center of the circle, they've had not a bad day considering how the first 2 days have gone for them. 30 points in the first 4 games, and they're looking good in the final one to pick up a flurry of points.
Absolutely. Game Lord, though, still playing on this northwest side. This is typically where they do hang out for a long, long time in these games. And they don't really want to come into the circle too early to make it happen. Unfortunately, they are on the fielded side.
Yeah.
Which is going to make their life a little bit more difficult playing with the hay bales. They're still not in the circle itself. Luckily, they do have another member of the team who's moved down towards the south, right on the west side of the circle, and that's Rob. So he might just be able to give them a landing zone to evacuate towards.
RESQ causing big trouble to Game Lord, but now it's going to be causing bigger trouble to RESQ as they push in on top of the radio tower in towards the northern edge of the circle. Eastern Stars go down. Nades are flying. Mini red zones left, right, and center with the Thompson. It's an unusual gun being picked up by Behib. He's going to look to make it work. Mazzaro has been tickled down. Has to try and heal up. The smokes are going out, and that's going to be Swave with a double nade, followed by Mihi, and that's going to be the door open. Miramar gets caught off guard. The return is there. Mihi's going to find it. That is RESQ eliminated.
Big plays coming through from Big themselves. Will absolutely ruin the day of rescue. Unfortunately, Akashi's here, nade in hand, goes over the top through the smoke. Can they see it coming? I don't know. Big, though, do manage to weather the storm, and all these first aid kits coming through means that Game Lord may have arrived just a little bit too late in here, Imperium. Res still going on. They might just get it. Great shots coming through, though, from Robs himself. A nade over the top hits Beast, and Big, they are being torn in two by Game Lord.
You asked, was it too late? No, sir, it was not. Game Lord, make it count with the rippling sounds of the MK14. They ripped the hearts away from Big in the final game. But now Penta, they're going to look to do the same thing. DWAS opens that door, says hello to Robs, gets a knock with the nade, but Narvello, he has to be careful, switches over to the M4, gets an opening knock. Penta holds in the back line, looking to support his team, but that does make it a lot harder for Penta.
Yeah, some seriously good shots coming through from Holes, but now Game Lord, they're all on the retreat. Akashi's got to get this heal through whilst trying to get rid of these nades, and Victor will be taken down, and Narvalo has no choice other than to go over the top, trying to hit some shots, but Holes is locking him down beautifully from along the way. This is a very good split coming through from Penta, making the lives of Game Lord so much more difficult than it has to be.
Plus, as you dip over the northern side of this radio tower, you're going to have SWAT 69 looking right at you, and Narvelo. Oh my sweet Jesus, what a legend with the double nade, and that's going to say to Penta, you reap what you sow. You didn't push, you didn't take us out, and we're going to make you pay the price.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous nade, and it was so close range as well. Tossed it over the top just lightly, and then immediately hit the floor afterwards. Very, very well done, and that'll leave Penta in the dirt. Shots coming through from Giants now as well, so Penta, that 2-2 split, now starting to not work out so well for them. Game Lord still at 3 players, 8 elims available.
How are they still up as a
incredible
team? It's ridiculous. It is actually ridiculous. Clear vision, looking to engage onto Giants down on the southeastern side of this map, should I say, outside of the circle. SWAT 69 will most likely pick up the pieces of that fight as Giants come out on top, but they do survive, I believe, as a full squad. They have Eagles, they could be looking to crash on in, but Penta still have 2 players up.
Penta trying to make their way through, but Giants, look at them.
Oh my
all
God.
red bars on that side of the map. Someone has been causing them problems, and it looks like it's Akashi, the assassin himself, with the M4 in hand. Pocus resides within the smoke. SWAT 69 still making this one happen. 3 players versus Game Lords 3 as well. Giants down to just the 1 in Pocus, the last man alive to try and make it all happen. It's doubtful, but Pocus might just be able to do it. Krebs in the vehicle, but it's not enough. Not too soon. Will Akashi take him out?
3v3v2. SWAT 69 have held on to this south side for the majority of this game, locked down into those buildings, and they've made a count. They are going to have to cross the road as the next circle does center up. Nobody is inside the circle. Blank Game Lord, they have the high ground though, as they're going to make a count, knocking down Schofield.
This is why it was extremely important for Game Lord and their entry point to hold on to this. Yes, their circle's not in their favor, but crossing this fielded region is almost suicide for a lot of these teams with Game Lord holding this. And I think with the low walls that currently SWAT 69 have, they just have to wait this out. That's realistically the only option they have. Maybe smokes, maybe prone your way across, but it's so difficult. Game Lord now might just want to make the approach early with the vehicles that they currently have to set up a blockade.
But they also know that Penta is still alive on the other side, right? They know that they didn't confirm that squad up, and that's something that they're very aware of. Look at Akashi hanging on to the high ground. Narvelo now looking to swing in on the side. Penta have breached their way into the circle. Schofield being put back up to his feet to keep SWAT 69 as a 3-person team.
Smokes go down. And it looks like Game Lord are just trying to get themselves into this circle wherever they can. Robs drops the vehicle up. This will be really critical for the ending of the game. Akashi somehow finds Nemo, though. This guy is on one hell of an off angle. Might just spot out Manu as well as Holes. Remember what you were saying there, Imperiumans. They have a rough idea where the players from Penta currently are holding. These vehicles coming in so handy now for the boys from Game Lord. In a position where there's hardly any cover whatsoever. Creating your own cover, that's the best option.
Information is power, and they're using that information to swing in on the western edge of this phase 7 circle, protecting themselves against Penta as much as possible while focusing down on the players of SWAT 69. But they're not down and out. They've gotten the revive back up, so they're still a 3-person team. And I understand that Game Lord know they can't push aggressively. Akashi tickle down to half health with that nade.
Still, eventually, these players from SWAT 69, they're going to have to come out from the backside of the hay bales. Nice Molotov attempt there, but not quite far enough, just like the grenade before. Looks like, realistically, for Game Lord, this is just a game of cat and mouse. Eventually, the mouse is going to come out the hole, and finally, those claws are going to strike. But Robs is moving out early. This is very interesting, Imperium.
is indeed moving down early. Akashi swinging in on the side, knows that there's a player by that crate drop. 4th anniversary crate drop, I might add. Schofield hanging on to the side. The spread from SWAT 69 in the circle has shifted down south towards the SWAT 69 players.
Marvel, oh my god, barely sees the back of this man's knee before he tears the tendons off with the M4.
Oh my god!
Next.
Oh my god!
The cover is round the corner and somehow he's threading these bullets through, and Akashi takes that as a go sign. At least finds the position of some of the targets, but again, it's still Narvalo taking it strong. Robs will finish off holes there, and it's all go for Game Lord. One final player remaining in Schofield, and it's done and dusted. Game Lord suddenly mounted an assault that could not be brought down.
I said about them already. They are the blueprint of how to play PUBG Mobile in this PMPL EU West, and they've done it once again. It's like a beautifully choreographed dance, Blank. The way they just swing out, the way they dictate the run of show, the way they just lead by example and flow their way through these fights. And then when they need to actually step up and be aggressive, they're just so damn good. Those shots for Narvelo as well. Oh my lord, man, so good.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. The fact that he was able to see the briefest hint of both those players and then use it to his advantage by just taking the feet off. Like those two shots in between where it was like laser. I could not believe my eyes of what I was seeing, but that guy is one deadly accurate operator. 2,333 damage with only 895 received. Goodness me, this team is on fire. 30 total points with a 15 limb game. What a way to end it off for Game Lord today.
So good. So good, but I'm also happy to give compliments to Jesus Christ, that round report. It's all Game Lord, but I do want to give compliments to SWAT 69. I came into today's broadcast looking out for the bottom 4 teams and talking about how it was very much damage limitations and really trying to come into League Week 2 with a lot of confidence. And SWAT 69, 30 points coming into this game. I think they scored a good kind of 15 to 20 points in this final game. I think they can be very happy with how they played in this final day leading into League Week 2.
Absolutely. I think SWAT 69, get it into the second Super Weekend, work it from there. Yeah, some mistakes have been made, but I do think that we're having this influx of teams that we might not necessarily have had our eyes on before, who are starting to really improve with the wealth of talent that we now have in Europe. So it's really, really good stuff.
I'm so delighted to see it all come through, and I can't wait to hear what the desk are going to say about it. We're going to go for a quick break. See you guys soon.
Wish I could get my hands on one of those amazing iPhones, but the 4th anniversary event for PUBG Mobile is still going on. The augmented reality treasure hunt is happening. And you guys can head over to PUBGM4Dimension.com. That is the number 4 and THDimension.com. You saw at the end of the video there to find and collect some airdrops for yourself. There's 100,000 euros on the line here in prizes, not to mention those sweet, sweet phones as well. If you're one of those lucky winners, if you are one of those winners, please let me know. Like, send me a message, show me it, maybe come meet me somewhere and show me in person that I can steal it, run away, and then you'll never see it again. Who knows? Anything could happen. Just like Game Lord getting how many chicken dinners so far in the Super Weekend, Max? Wait, I should ask Max when it comes to math. Colors?
Yes. It's 5, Jason. Straight away, 5.
So they've won $5,000 in 3 days.
That's a pretty good day, right? I would go there if I could, but unfortunately, I don't think they'll have me on the roster. I think there's a low chance of that happening right now.
Could be moral support. Who knows? Let's actually take a look at the standings, though, from the last match and see how the rest of the teams, how many points they got. Because even beyond the fact that Game Lord did have, again, another great game, we got to see 2 of the bottom-ranked teams actually in the final 3. We had Penta, we had Swat 69. They're 14 and 13 points. That's not bad, and that's points they honestly desperately need.
Yeah, very much so. Kind of a salvage mission here at the very end of the Super Weekend, but it's enough to, warrant, some praise, I think is fair to say, getting themselves this spot. Not too many eliminations coming in by any stretch of the imagination here, but given the fact that this is some really precarious field ending, I don't really blame them too much. You get in those fields, you start doing your proning thing, and you're hoping you're able to get some shots off at the very end against the other teams, but Game Lord too good.
Yeah, I mean, Penta actually had to try and fight quite a bit on the eastern side to try and get those positions under control. Sure, maybe not showing up in how many eliminations they actually got is only 4 this time around. And I think they just realized on this last game, like, actually, we are in last position right now. We are the first team to all drop if teams that didn't qualify to the first Super Weekend make it in Super Weekend 2 or Super Weekend 3. So at least it was a little bit, as you called it, right, James, a salvage mission for Penta and SWAT 69 to make sure they're a little bit safer, but they're still not safe by any stretch of the imagination. They will be the first teams to drop if they do not make it in the next Super Weekend.
Damn, going hard here, Max, but you're very right. And obviously for these teams, they don't want to miss a Super Weekend now going forward, since this was the last match here of our first Super Weekend. Let's take a look at the second page, though. A couple teams missing yet again from the front. Unicorns of Love, off the back of a victory on Sanhok, they come up a little bit short here with no points whatsoever, but they're still looking good in our overalls either way. FTY down there as well. RESQ, I mean, unfortunately, I feel like they're becoming a staple on the second page, Max.
Yeah, I don't like saying that, but it's been the case, and they're still a very hesitant team. When it comes to the decision making, they do not make clear-cut decision making, and they just get somewhat. They feel like a ragdoll sometimes. You can just push them around, and they'll basically do whatever you ask them to do. They got in what was one of the best positions in the circle, and they just got breached by Big, and they didn't even put a fight back. Unfortunately, they just got pushed out of that position, got eliminated so easily. So yeah, RESQ, there's some big changes that need to happen. Of course, first they need to requalify in the next Super Weekend. If they do make it, I want to see some changes, because what we've been seeing so far has just not been working out whatsoever.
Anything to add, Colors?
No.
Okay. Man, a few words, but he doesn't need to talk a lot here. He lets, I guess, the gameplay do the talking for him. Eastern Stars, 9th place overall here in that last match. But I want to see overalls, right? I think for me, that's where it's at. Game Lord, they should be first place. 5 chicken dinners. If they're not, I would be confused. Almost a 40-point lead for them so far at the end of the first Super Weekend. A 60-point lead between them and the team in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Game Lord are just taking this and running away with it.
Well, Jason, let me tell you, this is the biggest Super Weekend point earner since Panda Week 2 of Season 1, the last year round, as they got, I think, 234 points, was it, in that Week 2, if I recall correctly? So 206 points, not quite, that insane Panda Week that we saw, but this is massive. What a performance here from Game Lord. They should be patting themselves on the back at least 5 times for every single chicken dinner.
And that's the most impressive part, right? 5 chicken dinners out of that 15 games. They got a 33% win rate on a Battle Royale game. Like, you don't see that higher win rate happening. That is absolutely mental for Game Lord coming on through. So really happy with them. Happy to see Eastern Stars after the questions we did have on the league play that they actually, it was just like, it's a prank, but it's a prank, boys, don't worry. They're back to the level where we expected. So happy to see that from Eastern Stars. And yeah, Big also up there being aggressive. 77 points tied up with Eastern Stars for 2nd place in terms of top fragging team. this top 3 is not a surprise for me. This is pretty much what we expected going into this.
Honestly, insane stuff going on in the Game Lord camp. I don't know what it is, but if they continue to pace like this, we could be seeing, what, 15 chicken dinners in all of our Super Weekends?
Calm down.
15,000?
Okay.
I mean,
you're
what,
not wrong.
could they win more from chicken dinners than they would win from being first place in the finals?
In theory, right?
It is 10,000 for first place, so I mean, they could
They're halfway
do
there.
that. Yeah, they're halfway there. It's good to see.
Crazy stuff. Looking down the rest of the list, you see Clear Vision 7, TJB, which has been cruising along in 8th place with 0 chicken dinners. And as we get onto the second page here, this is the part that kind of concerns me. So we have a couple of teams on the first page who have no chicken dinners. They have a couple of teams on the second page who do have them. But for Super Young roster, they finished first, or yeah, I think they were like first or second at the end of the first week of league play. They have 15 of their 35 placement points from that one chicken dinner. Like that kind of worries me.
Yeah, I was expecting them to finish on page 1, I think it's fair to say. Maybe not necessarily as high as some of the other teams that I think would thrive in a set lobby, in kind of the heat of the moment. You know, we know that they're very, very capable, but I did expect them to be on that first page alongside Giants. Actually, I expected them to be up there too, but not to be. It's not like they're too far off. It's fair to say, but maybe some, you know, going back to that drawing board and weighing up things coming into next week.
I'm still looking at Real Tigers 9 and I know this team can do so much more, and 13th is definitely not the position where I would have seen them. I didn't have this Super Weekend. I still want to see, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of great individual performances from this team. There's no team-wide performances. There's no big positions when they're going to get like 10, 15 eliminations. That is still lacking from Real Tigers 9, and I hope that they can hopefully come back a little bit stronger next week and actually showcase some good team play, but right now it's just been on and off for them so far.
But credit to SWAT 69 and Penta, at least. They're no longer in the last 2 places of the lead. They've been able to move up in these last games, especially when it came to today. So big shout out to them. And again, they're no longer bottom. So they're no longer the first team to be knocked out if we do have a new team qualify in the next Super Weekend, which won't be happening until, well, next Friday. We still have league play to come up before then. But before we can remind you guys about what's all happening next week, I once again want to give you a shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink provider here at PMPL, as they are here supporting us and sponsoring us. And Maxman, I know after the show is done, is going to run to his other room, go take a Monster out, and go play some PUBG Mobile, which you guys should probably do at home as well. So that means we're all done with the Super Weekend. We have tomorrow off, but on Tuesday we'll be back yet again at the same time here for some more league play. And remember, this is the second out of 3 chances for teams to get into a Super Weekend, to build up the points to get top 16 and make it into the finals. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Hope you guys have a great one, and we'll be back more on Tuesday for some more PUBG Mobile action. Almost had it.